always have plans. Hello everyone, this is Karsa KKWX. Karsa is my name, KKWX is my empire, and we are here going to be playing a new game called Cyberpunk Red miniseries. It's going to be about style over substance. Let's get to it.
Heads up that in the next couple of minutes I will have to step away for a few seconds, but it won't be very long.
That's alright, I can at least get my streaming schedule out for everybody to hear. Today is Style Over Substance Monday. It's going to be this way until June 1st. Or 3rd, actually. It'll be the 3rd. Um, I made a mistake, sorry. No, whatever. Um, Tuesday, this Tuesday, should be the Baldur's Gate 3 finale. Wednesday, we're going back to Nightingale. And then on Friday, we're doing Sea of Stars. On May 19th, my birthday, we will be doing what is called Dying Hope in Kyleville. This is going to be a Learn Charity special event. And then June 3rd is when I'm going to go back to doing some tarot and some Godbound and all that. I am almost at that point where I can find myself time to do everything I want to do and get myself going again. So the schedule is still going to vary from week to week, and it may be pushed back depending on what real life does. But for the moment, this is what we got going on. On May 25th, I will be not doing any streaming for a couple of days. But other than that, this is the schedule we will be having until June 1st. All right. So, let's get the schedule off of here.
On that comment, I would like to make one small correction.
Uh-oh.
So, to the stream, hello, I'm Blair. You might know me better as Ignis. I'll be running Style of Substance, which isn't necessarily what the game is about, but it is the ongoing motto of the system. So I thought it'd be appropriate to have it as the full 20 title. Karsa said that I would be doing this until June 1st. However, that is not entirely true. I'm intending to run for this session in the story proper, so it's going to cover one job. I expect to run for 1 to 2 sessions. After that, Cormac, also known as Dead Knight, will be picking up his idea for a game, Legend of the Five Rings. Or at least that's my understanding of the matter.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Unfortunately, Dead Knight could not join us today, so I decided to pick up this in the short term.
Right. So we have...
Nightmare had to step away for due to personal reasons for a few weeks.
Unfortunately, this is the case. We have a few people who are either moving or doing some personal things, and yeah, okay.
Job.
Or a new job. So right now we are in the midst of change for a short time.
As for today, thank you for joining us. The plan is that we're going to make our characters today.
Then I'm going to turn you up because you're finally a little...
Am I having background sound coming through when I talk? It might be my fan.
No, you're fine. You're fine. The fact we can't hear you is not as fine.
Fair enough. I might be talking a little bit quieter than normal. I am admittedly not feeling the best tonight or today.
You're fine. You're fine.
All right.
So.
I trust that everyone has the core rulebook on hand, or well, on file. I suppose would be more accurate to say.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
I just have to.
Get the character creation together. So if everyone could open your core rulebook and go to page 29, this is where rolls start.
1 second, please.
All right. In the meantime, this is where I'll have to step away for seconds to fetch something out of the oven.
Alright, so the core rulebook, yes. Yes. Keeps telling me I have to change to Chrome. I don't want to change to Chrome, thank you.
Did you consider switching to like a PDF viewer?
What? I have to
I'll go to
switch?
Roll 20.
I have to switch? Ow! Anyway. Hmm.
And I am back, and no more distractions.
Welcome back.
My apologies for that. Did everyone navigate to the page 29 without issue?
Yes.
Which page?
29 is
29.
where rolls start. This will be the first step of character creation, where we're all going to sit down, read over the rolls, and everyone's going to pick one.
Okay.
All right. I suppose we can do this one at a time. Normally I'd go... Jeff has the least experience with this system, so I'm actually going to start with Nav.
Okay.
Have you given any
Nomad.
consideration to what role you'd like to play?
Nomad.
Bear in mind... Oh, one more time?
Nomad.
Alright. So, what you'll do is you'll go ahead and go to your character sheet. There should be a section to fill in your role. Or, I think it's a drop-down menu on this character sheet in particular.
Yes, I'm going to make this point that I made to Karsa now before you came in. Like, what is this? Baby's first Cyberpunk character sheet?
I like it personally.
No,
I
we
like-
actually love it.
It's just the fact that, like, it's so streamlined. There's so few columns.
Well, when you go to the skills section, that's where all of your normal columns would be. There's no fewer skills. It's just the character's formatted a little bit more. It's a bit more palatable in my preference.
Yes.
So is the other version that you guys play literally just everything on one sheet?
Yes.
No.
Mostly.
Well, mostly. On the character sheet that we normally use, the character, skills, and combat tab are all on one sheet. Cyberware has its own sheet, and then gear and life path would be on one sheet. But as you can imagine, the first three tabs are a lot, so that very first tab is very cluttered, in my opinion.
Very cluttered.
But your next step would be scrolling down 1 to 2 sections to where it says Nomad, and insert your role ability mod as Mato 4.
The 4 you that you just start with.
Yep. Everyone will start with 4 in their main role ability. To see the full rules on how Nomad works, the character sheet very kindly points you to page 161 to 165. Don't know if that's actually correct, but I'm going to assume it is because someone took the time to write it in there.
And 161, 165.
Okay, yep. At the very bottom, 161 is when Moto starts.
Yeah. There we go.
So please give that a read while I'm going with the other players, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Next up, Karsa. Have you
Yes.
given any consideration to your role?
Exec.
You see, this is a loaded question because I know the answer since we talked last night.
Yes, we did.
Oh, this is terrible. I keep saying this. Unfair advantage. Karsa should be banned.
Ban, ban, ban.
All right. All right, I see on your character sheet you have already filled in exec. Please
Mhm.
scroll down 2 sections where it says exec and enter in teamwork 4.
Okay.
And just like Nav, your character sheet will tell you the full rules on executive, starting on page 153 up to 157.
153. Got it.
I love this so much. And last but not least, our resident Magica. Have you gotten a chance to read the rules yet?
I've gotten through most of them. I think the media one sounded interesting.
All right. Let me read through media real quick, because I'm not going to tell you no, obviously, but I want to. If you pick a role that's not super facilitated towards short-term play, I want you to at least know that going into it. Because from what I remember about credibility, it is more of a thing that happens between adventures.
Fair enough.
Again, I'm not saying no. I just want you to know what you're getting into. Oh. No, I can make this work. Yeah, go ahead and play media then.
Yeah.
How this will probably happen is you will probably just get more rumors than you normally would for this adventure path. Normally you're limited to twice per week. I'll probably do that closer to twice per session, just because of the nature of the game. Bearing in mind, publishing stories or sweeps will probably not come up as a result, but you will be the most informed member of the party. Is that acceptable to you?
Works for me.
All right, perfect. In that case, go to your character sheet. Yep, you filled in media. Please scroll down a bit to where it says media, and then type in 4 for your credibility. All right. The next step to character creation is run your life path. So every character in Cyberpunk has what is called a life path, which is more or less a streamlined version of your backstory. If I could have everyone open their PDFs to page 43. Actually, 44. That's where it actually starts. 43 is just an artwork that says life path on it. Thank you, PDF.
I mean, it does say where it does have little text here. Life path, enhancing role playing, fleshing out characters and stories, and screwing with their word views since 1984.
All right, so let me open the character sheet so I can follow along. All right, so top left, your first field is your cultural origins. This is where we'll start thinking about your character's backstory and kind of like where they fit into the setting. So you can either roll randomly, or you could pick from the list. And your options are North American, South or Central American, Western European, Eastern European, Middle Eastern / North African, Sub-Saharan African, Southern Asian, Southeast Asian, East Asian, or Oceanic / Pacific Islander. If there's another cultural region that you would prefer to play from, feel free to pitch it. This list is by no means exhaustive. These are just going to be the most common ones you'll find in Night City.
I need to zoom in on the PDF so I can read these a little more. Casually forgetting there is a zoom button.
I do want to reiterate, not only now, but just throughout the entire process, don't worry about how long it takes. I am willing to stay as long as it takes for everyone to get their characters done. So time is not a concern, at least for this session. Once we
So
get
it doesn't matter where we come from?
The only mechanical bearing that your cultural region will have is what your non-street lane starting language is. But even then, that's pretty flexible. Like, I don't mind what cultural origin or language you know, just so long as it's a character that you find fun or something that you're cool with. If you want to be someone from Africa, but you happen to know Chinese or Japanese or in French, like, go for it. I don't care.
I'll find the perfect name here.
Well, it's not that I don't care, but it's a sense of like I'm not going to be a stickler and be like, oh, that's not realistic, because at the end of the day, it's cyberpunk. You think globalization is bad now? Fucking even worse in the fucking near future. Well, not the near future, but in the ultimate future.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's future.
All
I
right.
found the best name here, and I'm stealing it for myself.
So we are putting this in our which life
Cultural
path?
origin tab.
So you see, at the top of your character sheet, you should see 6 tabs: character, skills, combat, gear, cyberware, life path. Life path is on the far right. You'll click that to open up, well, your boxes of life paths. For any step, you can either pick one of the options on the table or roll randomly. It has no bearing on you, because ultimately it's your character, not mine. And it's more important that you enjoy it than I enjoy it. Of course, I'll enjoy all of your characters, and I would never say otherwise.
Well, got my cultural origin. Now I need to choose personality.
Read ahead if you would like. I will also go through each field individually once everyone finishes up, though. So if you get too far ahead, just bear in mind that you might be waiting around for a bit. But of course, there's going to be some wait about what.
Hopefully I get another language as well.
That'll come up during the skills section, where you'll be able to put skill points into other languages as you see fit into your heart's content. So long
Okay.
as you have enough skill points to do so.
All right. So we're just supposed to do the life path. Okay.
Yep. We'll get to the more mechanical nitty gritty of the characters. Right after the life path, actually. And at that point, I will have some house rules that I want to go over because that might influence your decision on where you put your stats.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so has everyone paid the cultural origin?
Yes.
I'm good.
Karsa, Nav?
Yes. I chose East Asia,
Uh,
but I also chose English.
Chose North American. Because journalism.
Alright. You here, Nav?
Yeah, I'll go nice already.
Okay.
I will have to step away in 10 minutes to go and put dinner in the oven, though, so just a fair warning. Shouldn't take me too long to do that.
In that case, for Karsa and Magla, since you have already picked your cultural origins and your language,
Mhm.
please go to the skills tab.
Okay. I do want to have Japanese too, but I don't know how I could have that twice.
And scroll all the way down to the bottom left part of this character sheet where it says languages, asterisk, parentheses, int.
Okay.
So it's just like Pathfinder. Your known languages are based on intelligence.
No, actually.
Oh.
So your proficiency with a given language is based on your skills in that language plus your intelligence. So it's not how many languages you know; it's how good at the language you know that you are.
Good to know.
Bear in mind that with 4 ranks of languages, you are all fluent in your native tongue, of course. But go ahead and add in the language that you chose, and key in 4 ranks that you all start with for free. So for Magica, that would be English, and for Karsa, I believe you said that'd be Japanese.
Japanese, English. So,
for now, you must pick one or the other.
all right, I'll choose Japanese.
Bear in mind that it is not a concern if you do not speak English, because you will all have street slang as a shared language, such as the nature of Night City.
Okay.
It's basically a hodgepodge of all the different languages mixed together that people in Night City just can more or less cobble together themselves into.
Sort of pigeon language.
Yes, essentially.
Got it.
But you have
Well,
plenty of opportunity.
that's a term I never thought I'd be using in a sentence again.
I will be wanting to have English though at some point.
Okay.
So.
Feel good, Seth.
Okay.
Nav, is it alright if we move on to the next step, or do you need more time for the cultural origins?
I'll go for it.
Okay. Next up, we move on to your personality, which I believe is so your top left box. Well, excluding your role like that, but we'll get to that later. So for your personality, this is what you like as a person. Are you the kind of character that stands away from the pack, aloof and calculating? A party animal, who loves to get messed up? The stable and competent professional who always has a plan? Either roll 1d10 or choose one on the table. Bear in mind, if there's a personality type that you would prefer to play that is not here, you are free to do so. But for everyone's benefit, I'll read them out loud. The options are shy and secretive, rebellious, antisocial, and violent, arrogant, proud, and aloof, moody, rash, and headstrong, picky, fussy, and nervous, stable and serious, silly and fluff-headed, sneaky and deceptive, intellectual and detached, or friendly and outgoing. Again, by no means is this list exhaustive. There are more than 10 types of people in the world, but it's a pretty good baseline to cover, well, your bases.
Mine is sneaky and deceptive.
That'll be fine.
I am a journalist.
I'm wanting to be somewhat outgoing, but at the same time secretive. And intellectually as well. So I'm confused.
You don't have to stick to just one, but this is more just like, what are the first words someone would describe you as? You can be all 3, but one of them might take the forefront of how people interact and describe.
Probably intellectual and somewhat secretive.
All right.
So it's not on your list, but it
Go ahead and fill it
works.
in. I don't give a fuck about the list.
Yeah.
Care about your characters.
So I'm gonna go with.
The list is intended more as like I can't be bothered thinking about 700 million things in my character's history. Roll a bunch of d10s. Oh, it turns out I'm a complete asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
And my most valued possession is a toy, and I happen to be a rocker boy.
Honestly, that is basically how this seems to come off. Oh,
Well,
I can't
you
be
can
bothered to
do
be
that.
creative.
You can do that, or you can pick and choose.
Well,
Yeah, it's either I am very good. It's either I am very good at coming up with stuff, or let's throw the math rocks and see what we get.
Pretty much.
okay.
I mean, it's like, strictly speaking, my character in the other game is a med tech, though if you ran into him in the street, you'd probably be like, God, that nomad is really weird.
Yes. I think I'm going to come off more of a rocker boy kind of person, except that I'm of the intellect. I'm going to be friendly and outgoing, but I have a lot of secrets that I just don't want to give out. And I may talk over your heads. Because that's what I could see this happening.
Right. Nav, how you holding up so far?
I'm just working through the list here, writing stuff down.
Where are you right now? I don't see it on your character sheet.
I'm writing in a text file.
Okay. It is all right to do that for now, but at some point I would like it on the character sheet as well, just so I can have access to it, if possible.
Well, I gotta go and put dinner in the oven real quick, so I'll be right back.
All right, that's fine. The next section is next section might be a little bit bulky, so go for it. All right, Karsa, for our next section, dress and style.
Yes.
In Cyberpunk, what you look like is, to the street, a snapshot of who you are. Your clothes, hairstyles, and even personal touches can determine how people relate to you, for good or for bad.
All right, well, my picture is kind of showing what I am. So, I'm probably wearing a little bit of business wear, but at the same time, a bit of some Asia pop.
Okay.
So, a little bit of a mix on that. Trying out a new clothing style for other people to see.
I mean, I will say is like what you wear on your workday does not necessarily need to be the same things you wear on the street.
Right. Well, I'd probably be sticking with business wear in the weekdays.
Okay. Just bear in mind that this is more or less your favorite style of clothing. It's like, what do you wear when you're interacting with the general populace?
Asia pop.
All right. Go ahead and write that down then. That will be largely more important to the purposes of the campaign, because like I'm not going to run a session of you working your 9 to 5.
My 9 to 5. Okay, so I will have some business wear that I can wear at any time, but yeah, Asia pop.
Well, of course, you're an executive. You'll get some for free later on to character creation.
Yes.
And you will be expected to wear it when you work. Put off the clock or whatever you want.
Returned.
Welcome back.
I also like comfort, though. Comfort is good, too.
Did we TPK already? Have I missed everything?
Ooh. Urban Flash. That even works better. Urban Flash. But that's technical. That's not exactly... No, that won't work. Yeah, we'll go with Asia Pop. A little bit costumey.
We're
Right.
currently going over clothing style and hairstyle.
Uh-huh.
So each the table gives you like the snapshot of what these like styles like sort of sound like. Uh, actually, let me go find something on real quick because I remember finding a pretty cool just
Visual aid.
yes.
That would be great, actually, if we could get a visual aid. Because then I could choose better.
Visual aids are always a good thing to have. The visual aid is, here's one I prepared earlier.
Oh no, it's just going to be from the wiki of Cyberpunk. I'll go ahead and post it in the Opus Trust issues.
Okay.
This will have a longer description on what each fashion might look like, as well as an example picture for. I'm not going to say all of them, but at the very least, most of them. I'm pretty sure there's an example for all of them. Bear in
Yeah.
mind that most of these pictures are from 2020, but they're just examples.
Okay.
To get the general feel.
They're from 2020, which means they might only be slightly accurate to how they describe them now.
I mean, hey, just look at real life. Fashion changes a lot in 25 years.
Fashion's changed a lot in 2.
There.
Like, so far, the only thing that's remained kind of consistent so far is pre-torn jeans. Which I still don't understand, and I have a little sister who has a lot of pairs of pre-torn jeans.
Alright, let's look and see what we got here. I think this is actually showing on the street. We have generic, which is definitely not... That's just what we wear now, basically. Leisure wear. I guess you're going to be a jock. Urban Flash. A little bit of the 80s style. Business wear, yeah. That is definitely what I see her wearing often. Edge runner. Well, we're all kind of edgy. High fashion. Just a little bit expense. Okay. Exotics, naturalists. I don't see the other ones, other styles. Let's see here. We have bag chic. Yeah, that's not happening.
You don't want to wear a trash bag?
Nope. Gang colors? Nope, not happening. Bohemian? Let's see. Not really. Leisure wear? Possibly. Nomad leathers.
Do bear in mind again that's like this is just your character's favorite style. You are by no means this is not a representative on items on an individual level.
Well, there's your Asia Pop right there. It kind of looks like you could have mouse ears even if you wanted. Then what
Is
is
that a literal thing?
Urban Flash? Oh no, I see her wearing a lot of Urban Flash, actually.
Alright.
I'm gonna go with Urban Flash. For sure.
Sounds good to me.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm definitely sticking to business wear.
Sounds good to me. A natural born suit and tie.
Alright.
Alright. On the same table, what type of hairstyle does the character usually keep?
The
For
hair.
the benefit of the audience, the listed options, but again, this list is by no means exhaustive, is mohawk, long and ratty, short and spiked, wild and all over, bald, striped, wild colors, neat and short and curly, or long and straight.
Despite everything I have said so far for the character, their hair is wild colors.
Wild colors, but
I like it.
kind of straight. She's just all over the place right now. Straight with colors, which is basically what she is. She's very straightforward business, but she has a second life. So, yeah, I'll go with straight with wild colors.
All right. Admittedly, there's nowhere to really write this next section is, but give it some thought, and it'll come up during your character appearance / physical description later on.
Mm-hmm.
What's an affection that you're is never without? Do you have like a mirror shades? You just really like those like spiked gloves you got from the mall the other day? Does your character have tattoos? Things of that nature. Um, on the list, once again, for the benefit of chat, I'll read it out loud. But roll 1d10 or choose one. The options are as follows: tattoos, mirror shades, ritualistic scars, spiked gloves, nose rings, tongue or other piercings, strange fingernail implants. So, for instance, this could be like a rudimentary, like holographical fingernail implants that like play a short recording on loop. One of fingernails that looks like a flickering flame, sort of. Spiked boots or heels for the more edgy inclined. Fingerless gloves or strange contacts. Again, just like the fingernail implants would be something like unnatural, like contact lenses that make your eyes look funky or unique to express yourself.
Mirror shades.
Hard to go wrong with mirror shades.
For ha-has to roll for it and got spiked boots.
Okay.
He's a journalist, and you will know to be afraid of him.
Nav, I haven't checked up with you in a while, but I want to make sure that we're not leaving you too far behind, if at all.
No, I'm actually pretty sure I'm ahead.
All right, sounds good. I'll keep trucking.
Yeah, I am.
Yay!
Now we get into a little bit more of the meat and potatoes of who your character is. So, we're going to be talking about your motivations and relationships. On the left column, we're going to ask, what does your character value the most? Money, honor, your word, honesty, which is the same thing, Cyberpunk. Interesting. Knowledge, vengeance, love, power, your family, or your friends. There are no right and wrong answers, but this should be one of the more enlightening characters on what kind of character you'll be playing with us this adventure.
I could see myself being like a Thelma, so I'm going to say knowledge.
Okay.
Now, I will say the second thing is money.
Well, everyone cares about money. At the end of the day, honesty, knowledge, love, power, they don't pay rent.
Right.
I mean, power can if you're intimidating people enough.
But valuing money the most would be like, how far are you willing to go for that money?
Right.
Are you willing to sell out your morals?
Mm.
Depends if it pays.
I'm a journalist, so I would assume that I value money the most. Because unfortunately, just telling the stories or getting the stories don't pay the bills. It's what you do with those stories.
So you're more into fame then. That's not on there either. That's weird. Fame.
I mean, hey, fame is perfectly valid if you want to enter that into the field. Like I said, none of these lists are exhaustive.
Yeah.
There are more than 10 motivations for the whole of humanity.
Well, fame makes more sense for a media guy.
Depends on the media guy. Not everyone cares about the fame.
If you've got enough money, you've probably got fame.
Yeah. I guess if you want more money, I guess that'll do. Okay.
And the next is, how do you feel about most people? We literally have I stay neutral twice on the table for some reason. But other options are I like almost everyone, so you're very personable. I hate almost everyone, so you're a misanthrope. People are tools. Use them for your own goals and then discard them. Every person is a valuable individual. People are obstacles to be destroyed if they cross me. People are untrustworthy. Don't depend on anyone. Wipe them all out and let the cockroaches take over. But people are wonderful. It's
Well, if you
will
get
certainly display how optimistic or pessimistic your character is.
Well, if you get in my way, you are going to be destroyed.
Is that the option you're going for then?
But I'm pretty neutral otherwise. And
I'm pretty sure the most pessimistic one is wipe them all out and let the cockroaches take over.
But I'm going to say for the most part, I stay neutral. But if you get in my way on my dreams and stuff, you will be destroyed.
I would probably go with 7 if that is more defining to your character then.
Yeah.
And how about you, Magica?
I think because I'm putting myself as a journalist, 5 fits the best.
Sounds good. So with money and people are tools, I very much get the vibe that your character has no problems ruining another person's life as long as it gets you your paycheck. You shush me?
I said pretty much.
Oh, I only have to shut. I was like, you shush me? Excuse you, sir?
Excuse you?
You will start this session with. You will start this game with a bullet in your head if you do that again.
No, see, this is when he adds a bunch of cybernetics, and then the secret plot twist is I'm actually the bad guy because my opening act is to use my DM-approved microwave gun to fry his ass. So, what are we talking about? Something else?
So far, I feel like we are kind of bad guys.
Well,
I mean,
bad guys.
One of the overarching themes in Cyberpunk is like we exist. Edge runners exist in an area of being morally gray. At the end of the day, you're going to kill people for money. This does not normally make a good person.
Yeah.
Good people are exceptionally rare in Night City. Because Night City will eat up, chew up, and spit out a good person. Good people don't tend to last long on the streets. Especially not when they're starting out. Some people might be able to transition into good people once their lifestyle and economic needs are met. But almost everyone has a shitty start. What was how did I describe it to my other GM? The measure of an edge runner is no, the life of an edge runner is measured in tragedy. The success of an edge runner is how many of those tragedies you force onto other people. Because everyone you kill, I mean, they have a family.
Or probably have a family.
At the very least, friends, people who care about them.
Some kind of
That's
gang
fine.
that'll come and fuck your shit up.
Well, that's fine, because at the end of the day, Night City is just one big battle royale, and it's you or them. But to the next section on your life path, things you value the most. So, most valued person in your life. Most of these are going to be friends and family. Some of these are mentors or public figures.
Nah, it's my pet.
Alternatively, it can be yourself.
It's my
You want to look out
pet.
for number one, buddy.
My pet
Look
is
out
my
for here.
most valued person.
What was that?
Midnight. Midnight is my most valued person.
Midnight. Who is Midnight to you? Just like a
Kind of
member?
a kitty.
Oh, a pet. Okay. That's perfectly valid. People suck. Your cat will never betray you.
Exactly.
Unless it's a cyber cat, in which case it might betray you.
Well, I mean, keeping in mind, there is a reason that you never run into animals on the street.
He is a cyber pet.
Because they're plotting the downfall of humanity to let the cockroaches
No.
take over?
No, it's because only these stupid rich tend to be able to afford a pet.
Yeah. So Midnight. Cyber or whatever, I don't care.
Number one, baby.
My pet is going to outlast me for sure.
I mean, that's a calculated risk when you're an edge runner.
Yep. All right, moving on.
All right, Matt. How about you?
I'm looking out for number one. The most valuable person is me.
Hell yeah. Next up, your most valued possession you own. So this could be a weapon, a tool, a piece of clothing, photograph, a book or diary, a recording, a memory, a musical instrument, a piece of jewelry, a toy, or a letter. Once again, bear in mind this list is not exhaustive. I'll say that every single time, just to make sure there are no disillusions on the matter. But this is most likely going to be something important to your character's backstory, or if you're or something that you have sentimental value towards.
Again, for ha-has, I decided to roll for it.
All
I
right.
got a weapon. What kind of weapon
Makes
is a
sense.
journalist carrying around? Let's find out.
Probably some form of gun, but it could be a melee weapon. I'm not going to judge.
I'm going to say a piece of jewelry. A necklace of sorts.
Ah, darn. I said there would be no more distractions, but I forgot to get a spoon to eat my yogurt with. So be right back.
Uh-huh.
You can eat it with a fork.
I didn't get one of those either, okay? BRB.
Opens yogurt, reaches for spoon. Fuck, I forgot the spoon. It happens.
Well, that's why we need to, get the thing out for developing Cyberlands, because, you could have a spark in your thumb.
Who wants a spork in their thumb? That sounds painful.
It's somebody who eats a lot of things that can be consumed via spark.
I mean, you can eat just about anything you can eat with a spoon or a fork with a spork. That's why it's called a spork.
Yes, there in fact lies the point. It's multi-use.
And I have
Hey.
returned.
Welcome back.
We were
Sorry
saying you should have gotten spork instead.
Fuck that. What? That sounds awful.
But you could eat anything that you could eat with a spork, with a spoon, or a fork with a spork. That's why it's a spork.
Yeah, but I don't have a sport because they're dumb.
All right, moving on.
All right. So now we're getting more into less your philosophy and more physical possessions. Now we're going more into your actual background. So, your original family background. Who are you, and where did you originally come from? Were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth, or were you using it to stab your brother so you could steal that extra bite of dead rat you both found?
This is one I'm gonna roll for.
Okay.
Because I can see her going all the way, all different directions. So it's a 1d10.
Yep. Let me know what you get, and I'll read it out to chat.
9.
Your original background is with the Reclaimers. You started out on the road, but then moved into one of the deserted ghost towns or cities to rebuild it. A pioneer life. Dangerous, but with plenty of simple food and a safe place to sleep.
I
You were
do.
homeschooled if there was anyone who at the time.
Roll one of my physical d10s and see what I get.
I find myself. Okay, now I know the reason why I'm such a self-centered bitch.
Yeah, I was actually just going to make the joke about it. Are you actually making, like, are you remaking Wolf Hunter, but, like, in 10 years' time?
Wait,
I'm starting to wonder.
is your character named Wolf Hunter?
No.
In the other game, yes.
Wow, I rolled a 1.
Hey, that's perfectly fine. When you were a kid, your parents were corporate execs. Wealthy, powerful, with servants, luxury homes, and the best of everything. Private security made sure you were always safe. You definitely went to a big name private school.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. That's technically Big Harma's background.
And
Before he hit the skids and ended up wearing Adidas tracksuit knockoffs.
and now, I realize you've probably already gone through this section, but would you be so kind as to tell us what your origin was?
My origin, as with most of my character's existence, is covered with one word: nomad.
All right,
Okay, covered by 2 words: nomad pack.
all right. So, growing up with a nomad pack, you had a mix of rugged trailers, vehicles, and huge road combis for your home. You learned to drive and fight at an early age, but the family was always there to care for you. Food was actually fresh and abundant, mostly homeschooled.
Yep.
All right.
Now, why would someone whose parents were corporate execs want to be a journalist? So that I could cover up their murders. That's why.
Well, no, this is more so like what happened when you were a kid. So this is like K through 12. Actually, a little bit earlier than that, because the next one's going to be through most of your adolescent years.
Fair enough.
Although, to be fair, what you just said is not out of the realms.
No, it's perfectly. It's
Yeah,
perfectly.
There probably are many people in the universe who became journalists, like would fit the journalist archetype, through wanting to be of benefit, but not wanting to be, I have to work for Arasaka. Oh, why don't I become a journalist? And then I can be like, Arasaka's great. Militech, they're the bad guys.
Oh yeah, that is a common trope, but it's not a common trope for like 8-year-olds.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple more years before you decide which step of the corporate ladder you're going to hang out on.
There.
See, I have it easy.
Oh,
My entire thing is I'm a nomad. My background is nomad. My personality is I'm a nomad that is probably going to headbutt you as a form of greeting. Not,
And you're
not quite. Not quite. But yeah, like general nomad kind of business.
I am nomad. Nomad.
Yeah.
All right. But the next field, your environment. How did you grow up? What kind of places did you and your sibs hang out in? Safe and calm, crazy dangerous, massively oppressive. It's possible that something happened in your background and your environment turned out drastically different from your original family background. So, either roll a 1d10 or choose from the following table for your childhood environment.
It will depend. I'm gonna roll, but I'm not sure if I want to stick with it on this
All right, well,
case.
go ahead and tell me what you roll. I'll read it out loud, and you can say whether or not you want to keep it.
Okay. Three.
In a nomad pack, moving from place to place.
No.
All right. Go ahead and roll again or pick.
To be fair, you could still use something like that. You just change it from nomad to whatever corporation that your family worked for.
You have an entourage.
7.
In a huge megastructure building
Yeah.
controlled by a corp or the city.
Yeah.
Oh god, you're now actually making a mixture of Wolf Hunter and Big Harma because Big Harma is from a mega block.
And how about yourself, Magica?
Only 10. In a corporate luxury skyscraper high above the rest of the teeming rabble.
Or maybe I'm making the daughter a wolf hunter. Who knows?
My party is a bunch of gosh darn high society people. And a nomad.
Yeah, exactly. You got these.
And a nomad.
Yeah,
You got the toast.
all these
I got it.
highfalutin people, and then I'm gonna come along and ruin everything.
3 corporate suits got together wanting to be edge runners, so they needed to pick up the token poor person.
And then, of course, if this character dies, I will straight up just alternate universe by karma.
Of course you will.
Nav, would I be correct in assuming that you went with either 3 or 4?
What are 3 or 4?
They're both nomad pack options. 3 is the nomad pack move from place to place. 4 is in a nomad pack with routes and transport, ships, planes, caravans, etc.
Yeah, the transport side.
Okay,
Trains
so
survived into the cyberpunk world.
yeah,
What?
of course.
Yeah.
We still have space travel in the dark future.
Fair enough. I know
It
nothing
just-
about cyberpunk apart
It's
from what I've
just
seen you
so
play now.
expensive that you can't go out there very
Yeah,
much.
It's so expensive. They stopped doing it from Florida and started doing it from Nigeria. That's
Yeah.
not a joke. That's literally in the lore.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And yeah, planes do still exist.
But yeah, we still got planes. How do you think people get from North America to Europe? You think they take that 3-month boat ride?
Exactly. Here's your cyber floaties. Float. We'll see you in 6 years when you arrive.
Now, it might be much less publicly accessible. That would be fair to say. Planes are, by comparison, much more expensive than they are for us. But they do still exist. But mostly for at least the middle class and up. Alright. But now we get to the juicy part. Your family crisis. Why did you become an edge runner? In the time of the Red, the world is still recovering from a world war and other disasters. Chances are something happened to you and your family along the way. What's the story there? Roll 1d10 or choose one.
I decided to go with my family vanished, and I'm the only remaining member. And I'm going to add to that
Apparently, my family is involved in a long-term conspiracy, organization, or association such as a crime family or revolutionary group. That's why I'm a journalist. I gotta cover it all up.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I got a multi-generation blood feud going on.
I mean, I could see if what will my oldie 6
6.
killed.
Your
Okay, so they're
family was
killed.
killed, and you were the only survivor.
Yeah.
Plot twist. You're the one that killed them.
My
You went into a fugue
Because
state one day.
they were slightly... It was more efficient. You would make exactly 20 eddies a day extra if you killed your family.
We got the fucking Sasuke backstory going on.
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
Wait, Sasuke as in...
Naruto.
Wait, that happened? Did I forget something?
That's like the main thing in Sasuke's the Ecuador. His brother killed his entire family and then fucking dipped.
Oh,
Sasuke's entire thing is he's like running around looking for revenge to kill his brother. And then I don't want to go to. This is Cyberpunk, not Naruto stream.
Right.
I've never watched any of it. Please explain to me in great detail every single plot point.
I'll be here for the next.
So there's a
3
lot of
years.
filler.
It starts.
Most of it doesn't matter.
Your arms
Boom,
out
you're
behind
done.
you when you run.
Most of it's filler. Most of it doesn't matter. Boom, you're done.
Awesome.
All right. So next up, we have some things that we'll have to roll.
Okay.
Nav, have we caught up to you at this point?
Pretty much.
All right. So first, we're going to determine your friends. It's not all grim. Sometimes you link up with people who have your back. Roll 1d10 and subtract 7. The book says minimum 0. I'm going to say minimum 1 to see just how many friends you've made so far in your life. For each friend, roll on the table below. Notably 1, but if you want to have no friends, that is fine. But I want to leave the option more open and not just open to RNG.
What did Carson just roll?
-6. So you got a 1. This does not wrap around to become 6 enemies. Do not worry. We'll get to that table next.
All right. So
What?
I have one.
I have one friend.
One friend. Okay. What is my one friend?
I mean, we know who your one friend is. It's your cat.
My cat. All right. D10.
Friend, and it's probably my co-host.
And then Nav, I do not know what you rolled, but I'm at least 1, unless you want to have 0.
Oh, a former lover. Ooh.
I've gone with 1 as an actual, like, proper, in terms of the actual friend system, because technically I have an entire group that I could potentially call on by being a nomad with a nomad family that isn't all murdered.
Yeah, this is a bit different than that, though. They can be connected to the nomad family, but this would be someone who is particularly close to you, even by the nomad family standards. Or it can be someone from outside the family if you want.
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, I would say the romantic relation being slightly closer than regular family in a nomad group.
I have one enemy, and it's an ex-friend.
Are you stealing my character sheet?
Wait,
No, I just rolled for the next part.
you said you have one enemy in this next round? We haven't gotten to enemies yet, though.
I know. I rolled for because I've run out of I have one friend.
And they were an old enemy.
I guess so, yeah.
I have a former lover who is my friend, but probably wants a lot more.
Oh, this like the clingy ex. Oh no.
Not clingy X, the stocky X.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it's not really her that we're interested in, it's the cat.
No,
He's
no.
just interested in that cyber pussy.
He,
Exactly.
no. He wants more, though. He wants definitely more. He wants to keep
But
the relationship, and she was like, I need to work on getting myself keep the corporation thing going.
I used to have a large camera crew. Now I've only got one person on that camera crew.
but next up, your enemies. Enemies are a big part of life in the cyberpunk world. You're going to get in someone's face sooner or later, so you might as well find out who they are, why there's a beef, and what they can do about it. What they can do to you, or to even what? Oh, what they can do to you to even a score.
Alright, so I have to make a roll for one.
This is going to be 1d10 and subtract 7. Uh, I'll keep it with minimum 0 this time for this one.
Okay.
Determine how many enemies you've made. Then, for each one, decide who was the injured party and roll once on each file columns below. Once you have determined what your enemy is like, go to the super table.
Well, if you're going to do a minimum 0, then I have no enemies.
I have one enemy.
I have no enemies. It's just like that one anime.
Alright, so
I
one.
have no enemies. I am a journalist.
I have one enemy.
The world is my enemy.
This one we are actually going to roll out because enemies aren't necessarily something your character would have control over in their life.
Right.
So go ahead and roll 1d10 for me.
2.
Another ex-lover.
I'm
Go ahead and
just.
roll another d10.
Oh my gosh. So this is the stocky ex-lover.
What'd you roll?
6.
Turn down the other's offer at a job or romantic involvement. Ah. And what are they willing to throw at you? Roll another d10.
Where does it say turn down? I don't see it.
Second column.
Oh, yep, yeah.
And now you roll another one to see what they can throw at you.
Oh man.
If
No.
I'm supposed to roll a 1 or a 2.
No, roll a 10. That'd be really funny.
An entire city or
6.
It's pretty
Ah.
middle of the road. An entire gang. At
Oh,
least 1d10 plus 5
no.
people. I'll roll that on my own time.
Oh no. Ah, that's not good.
not the worst.
What could
True, they
possibly
could have been a
happen?
powerful corporation or an entire government.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I rolled for the first one since you did a minimum of 0, and now I have -7 enemies.
Don't
No,
worry about
-6
it.
enemies.
And Nav, have you already done this section as well, or no?
I had
Oh god.
ex-best friend that betrayed the family by going over to a rival nomad clan. My character's intentions would be generally avoid them, though if forced, would fully intend to maim the shit out of them. Which, generally speaking, is going to be one of those things like fully intend to not only break your fingers but also cut your foot off.
Okay.
Because then you can't drive.
And what can they throw at you?
Essentially, whatever you decide the rival family is willing to put into essentially a bitching match between two randoms.
I can see where that could make sense. Go ahead and mark down just themselves and a close friend.
So what you're saying is they're going to hold him down while the other guy beats him up.
Get themselves close friends.
All right, you got that marked down?
Yep.
Alright.
I have
Next up?
copied all the stuff over onto the sheet if you want to have a quick look at it.
Oh, perfect.
This is not a time to get a 10. Dang it.
No, do it. Do it.
I already did. I got a 10.
Roll more of them.
The next thing that they could possibly do, try to maim or kill me. Yay.
Wait, isn't 10... Oh, no, wait, I was thinking of what they can throw at you, because we're going to say, like, isn't 10, like, basically an entire megacorp?
Oh, no,
No.
we're going on to the next one. What's gonna happen? So, Sweet Revenge. Roll 1d10 or choose one. What are you/they gonna do about it? Only applicable to those with enemies. Nav is already rolled, so or chosen. Go ahead, Karsa, and roll a 1d10. Uh, hmm. I'll leave it to you, but this doesn't seem the most fitting for a
No.
lover side of deal.
It doesn't.
But-
It doesn't seem right.
What is it?
You get 3.
Go into a murderous rage and try to physically rip their face off.
Yeah,
It
that
seems-
just
You can...
It feels a bit excessive, but if you want to go with it, I will say no.
I will say no on that one.
All right, actually, just go ahead and pick one that you feel is most appropriate.
Okay.
I'll let you
The funny thing is, like, I mean, strictly speaking, what I chose is essentially that, just slightly below the murder part.
Oh,
the main one, right?
Yeah.
I could just see him stalking and trying to get me back in any way, shape, or form, but it's not on here.
He is the awkward stalking X.
Yeah.
You could write it as like, what are you gonna do? Avoid the scum.
I am
Here's gonna try
going
and
to.
keep your distance.
I'm going to avoid him. Yes.
This is why they became a superstar, so that they can travel. Hasn't worked out so far, but hey, it's gotta work eventually.
And his motivations might be slightly different on a submitting basis if he comes up. Again, like this is gonna be a pretty short term thing. If we go longer, we'll have more opportunities come up. We'll play it by ear for this.
It'll be like Jurassic Park, where we can
introduction.
set it back on the back burner and come back to it if we need to.
Yeah, exactly. And then, last but not least, it wouldn't be Cyberpunk if there was a happily ever after. Now would it? You've probably been
Nah.
involved with someone by now, but that may not be the case. We don't care about the ones that worked. We want to know about the ugly ones that ripped out your heart.
Oh,
We also don't care about who
no.
they were, what their gender was, on the other detail. But free to use the personal section above to get your own ideas about what they looked like, acted like, and maybe even had in common with you. Not that it mattered in the end, right? Roll 1d10 and subtract 7, minimum 0, to see how many tragic love affairs you've had. Then use the table below to see how each ended.
1.
I've had one,
And it's the one that we've been talking about all this time.
and it apparently just didn't work out.
Well, this will probably be a different one.
Oh.
These are meant to have more of a toll on your character. on
Oh,
why they
okay. All right.
So on the what happened table, go ahead and roll. Most of them are your lover died somehow.
Prison or exiled?
10. Yeah, your lover is imprisoned or exiled.
I had one lover, and
Oh.
it just didn't work out.
Oh, no.
Nothing terribly tragic this time around.
I'm sad. I couldn't get a tragic backstory to save my life.
All right. And Nav, did you already roll for this section or no?
He has had -2 lovers.
It's got two hands, baby. Just like with friends, I will say minimum 1 if you want 1. If you want to have 0, that's perfectly acceptable as well.
Like the minimum 1, and except
Kind
that
of not.
it didn't work out.
I was actually hoping for a 1.
Yeah,
So
I'm just
one
gonna go
lover?
for the I'm just gonna go for the minimum 1 and just stick with the it didn't work out. I have the most mediocre tragic backstory in the world.
Traitor!
We'll get there.
A journalist. That's how.
But
My family is a crime family.
please allow me to talk.
Sorry.
So Nav, you want with 1 or 0?
We're gonna go.
Sorry, you trailed off there.
Yeah, I know I did. You know
Oh,
what?
okay, I didn't know the mic's not picking you up.
All right, we're going with 0.
All right. And now we have the wrap up. You know your history, your personal style, and your turbulent love life, or lack thereof for one of you. It's time to wrap all this up by determining what you want out of life. Your life goals. Roll D110, 1D10, or choose one. So,
I'll roll
yeah,
and see if it works.
all right. Go ahead and roll. Let me know what you get.
9. Yeah,
Gain
that
fame
works.
and recognition.
That works.
All right. Magica, would you like to roll or would you like to choose? Or think of something outside the box?
Well, let me
Literally
read through
speaking,
them.
because the chart's a box. You see?
I will find you and I will throw you out a window.
You couldn't pick me up.
You sure?
Very, actually.
We've covered
I am
this.
quite large.
Yeah, we've covered the fact that you and Magica are in fact
wet
not
noodle.
even conceived yet.
I get
I do not wish to
younger
crush
and
your
younger
dreams, but I am 6'6".
You're
I
6'6".
could-
All right, so you're a big motherfucker. Okay.
Like I said, I am quite large.
He's very, very. Yes.
It reminds me of a video a guy put up, which was ripping into
Very
a
tall.
comment that was way too detailed. It was basically about how this guy's brother's a Navy SEAL and he's going to go and beat up the dude who made this video. And the only thing he mentioned at the end was in regards to the fact that the guy said his brother's like 6'5", and he just at the end of the video is like, oh, and by the way, to the imaginary brother, just in case you are real, next time you're in a crowd, if you see a guy the same height, and I just left it as that.
All right.
I'm gonna go with number 9. Gain fame and recognition.
All right. And what motivates our dear friend Bob Bogey?
Oh god damn it! You have to go and tell everyone the name.
Oh, sorry.
I suppose technically it would come under 9 to a degree.
So we're all about.
The intent is basically it's the standard, so you know, help the family TM, and like personal goal is funding to do the other goal. Because
Okay.
of course family is important to Nomad, so of course the intention is to help the family, and one way of that is get paid for work by all of those bunch of city slickers.
All right. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Your money's still good.
Next
Can you
up.
scratch a window with it?
All right. So next up, I'm gonna have to work with each of you on a 1-by-1 basis now, because we're gonna go into your role life paths, which are at the top of your life path sheet.
Okay.
I'll go by the order that they are in the book. So we're gonna be starting with Magica. Please turn to page 62 of your core rule book.
Page 62. Eh.
All right. So once again, I will allow you to roll randomly or choose from any of these given fields. What kind of media are you? Are you a blogger, a writer, a videographer, a documentarian, an investigative reporter, or a street scribe?
What the fuck is a street scribe?
You're
You
right. What
trade
is
mostly
on the
like local
street?
gossip. You might venture around to like the data pools or garden patches and talk to people more on a one-by-one basis, or you might just have like your preferred garden patch, which is like a land essentially where people come to you and
Because I'm too
peruse your
lazy to dig up a because I'm too lazy to dig up a physical D6. I'm gonna let the fates decide.
Okay.
A 3.
All right, you're a videographer. You mostly publish out videos and is that what that means? I don't think so. That'll be covered in the next tab. It is a videographer.
You know those videos you see.
Oh
on
no, it
YouTube
is just
of
person
the
who
guy-
films a video camera. That is what I thought, but fair enough.
Yeah, it's essentially the dudes who show up and like, hey, I make videos. Can I make a video of you doing whatever your thing is?
All right, and oh no, I guess this is different. How does your work reach the public? Do you publish for a monthly magazine, which might sound weird to do as a video, but no, there are digital magazines that will display like videos or whatnot.
Let the fates decide. What is 4?
A news channel. All right, so I see this as like more of like you take like video interviews or you video certain like stories as they're happening, almost like a live reporter sort of deal. If that's what you're cool with. If you have other ideas, of course, feel free for it is your character.
Are you that action news guy from Predator 2 that gets punched?
Probably.
Yeah, you show up at the gang shooting like, hey, bodies everywhere, how many? And then you get punched out by some random lawman.
This is one where I would probably advise you choose based on how pointed your personal life path is. But how ethical are you? Fair, honest reporting, strong ethical practice. You only report the verifiable truth. Fair and honest reporting, but willing to go on hearsay and rumor if that's what it takes. Will occasionally slip and do unethical things, but it's rare. You have some standards. Willing to bend any rules to get the bad guys, but only the bad guys. Ruthless and determined to make it big, even if it means breaking the law. You're a muckraker. Or 6, totally corrupt, take bribes, engage in illegal, unethical reporting all the time. Your pen is for hire to the highest bidder.
Number 5.
All right, so you're ruthless and determined to make it big, even if it means breaking the law.
Oh.
You're a muckraker. You trade in drama.
Oh no. Oh boy.
Breaking news.
High trade in the drama.
I feel fake news coming on.
And last but not least, what types of stories do you want to tell? Roll 1d6 or choose one.
I'm gonna let the fates decide. What is 6?
Propaganda.
You're an evil propagandist.
Oh no.
Something of fake news.
This is bad.
No, seriously, your character is the one responsible for the intro for 2077.
Yeah.
Never seen the intro for 2077.
It's really good, and it's basically a news thing saying about how, like, hey, so many people died in this area, that's really great, but one cop got killed, so you're all screwed.
Much.
All right.
They're gonna cut off your water, your beer, your food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god,
Next up. Next down the list, Karsa, would you please turn to page 63 for me?
Yes.
All right.
I'm already there.
Perfect. And same deal as with Magica, you may roll 1d10 or choose one.
I will roll 1d10 and decide.
All right. For chat, we are currently deciding what kind of corp do you work for?
Seven.
Personal electronics and robotics.
That fits. That does fit.
Our very own Boston Dynamics. What division do you work in? Roll 1d6 or
R&D.
choose one.
R&D. That's what I had already
Right.
discussed with you last
Research
time.
and development.
Yeah.
How good
What
or
the
bad
question?
is your corp? Roll 1d6 or choose one.
This could be interesting.
Letting the fates decide on a coin that basically has two heads.
That is the literal definition.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. 2.
Operates as a fair and honest business all the time. You're on the
Nice.
up and up for the most part. No, for the whole part.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm AFK.
Next up, where is your corporation based? Roll 1d6 or choose one.
Actually, we'll do 1d6. Because it might allow for me to travel. Statewide.
All right. So, because you're operating in Night City, which I believe is located in California,
Mhm.
your corporation will operate in the California area.
Okay. Makes sense. Allows for
Yeah.
me to travel around, too. Okay.
Yep. Next up, who's gunning for your group? Roll 1d6 or choose one.
Oh, no!
Roll.
A 3.
A local media wants to bring you down. It doesn't have to be NASA. It could be, but actually, no, it can't be. No, you two are going to be working together.
So he's
But
gonna...
I could have ulterior motive.
No, it would work better if you didn't.
Aw. Oh well. I tried.
That you would actually work against whoever's attacking us.
Well, attacking you. Us is a strong word.
Well, yeah.
Current state with your boss. Roll 1d6 or choose one.
The boss is the ex-lover.
I'm going to just... We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of like... I want to go a certain way, but... Horizon planning to knife you. Oh, God.
Oh god, the boss is in fact.
We only heard half of that, so I'll read it out loud for the chat.
I
Your
don't...
boss is threatened by a meteoric rise and is planning to knife you. Would you like to keep that?
No.
Aw.
Enough people going against me. What the fuck?
You only have one enemy. Calm down. Oh my god, I did it again. If you get it the third time, it's fate, and you're getting stuck with it.
2.
Your boss gives you a free hand and doesn't want to know what you're up to.
Okay, that works. That works.
The less I know, the more I can deny.
Exactly. Then, last but not least would be the Nomad, but I think Nav stepped away, correct?
Correct. He said he had to AFK.
Oh my god, he could have been knifing me.
I will leave that on the back burner for now. So
What's the odds of rolling 3 6s on 3d6?
Do we want to know?
Yes.
Oh.
6 times 36. 1 in 216.
I mean, that's not bad odds, all things considered.
All right. Now, however, we're going to get into the real meat and potatoes of character creation, which I imagine sounds wild because we're already an hour and a half in.
Mm-hmm.
that's Cyberpunk, baby.
I mean, it can take upwards of 2 hours to make a Pathfinder character if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I am admittedly going through this slower than I probably have to, but
Well, that
I am
and we
fine
do
with
know
that.
that we're going to probably use this again. It's going to be
Hopefully,
one of those things that, when I need a downtime, we can go somewhere to something different.
Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys it, and then we do come back to it in the future. But who
Yeah,
knows? Maybe I suck as a DM, and no one wants to play or watch.
we'll see about that. Anyway,
We shall see. But now we get into the. Oh, welcome back, Nav. I think I heard some rumbling.
2. I don't think it was Nav though, because he usually doesn't make.
Oh, he
Rumbling.
do be muted. Yeah, never mind. He's not back yet. All right. So now we move into statistics. Would you guys? This is where we talk about how you want to generate your character. Your options are you can pick templates, you can roll on a table of stats, or you can use point buy to have the most control over your stats.
I would prefer point buy.
Okay, that's what I expected. Is that fine with you as well, Magica?
There's just a random at pro kibble in the middle of the book. What the fuck is pro kibble?
Kibble is the most ubiquitous form of food in the cyberpunk setting. You see, after the fourth corporate war, food production was shot in the foot, and now the main source of food is essentially pet food. It is
Dog
called
food.
kibble because the corporation that makes it made dog food before the fourth corporate war. Most people, all of you, actually, will be starting off on the kibble lifestyle, which means you eat kibble 2 to 3 times a day, and it's not great.
Eat kibble because I'm always on the run chasing them stories. And unfortunately, it's a lot more dangerous to bring a burrito when you're chasing stories.
If you want a real life example, a kibble lifestyle is basically what the stereotypical broke college student lifestyle, where you're eating ramen 2 to 3 times a day. Except that kibble tastes a lot worse than ramen.
That is why we are making them into Scooby snacks.
But I would like to wait for Nav to get here, but I suppose I can always fill him up on afterwards.
All right, so
But
how
for
do we
now-
do our point buy?
Oh yeah, for now everyone go to page 77.
77.
Okay. I'm there.
Okay, actually 78.
78.
Okay.
All right, so we're all going to be using method 3, the complete package, aka calculated. This method allows you to build the character from the ground up using the pool of character points to buy character stats. While it's the most flexible method, it is also the most time consuming and it's not recommended for novice role players. Oh well, Magica. When using the complete package option, the GM will give you a specific number of points with what to generate character stats. You'll all be getting 62. The only limit is that no stat may be higher than 8 or lower than 2. And the rest, it doesn't matter. We're starting with 62%.
I'm assuming it will be ill-advised to make it equal stats across the board sort of thing.
That would result divided by 10 stats total. About six stats per. It's not awful. It's better than it would be in most systems, for what it's worth.
Fair enough.
Bear in mind, like, the maximum is 8. And you'll still have 2 8s, or 1 8 if you so chose, because you'd have 2 points left over.
Fair enough. What would you recommend for media?
Let me look at credibility real quick. Let's open the core rulebook, but like again, so I don't lose my other bookmarks.
Fair enough.
Because some role abilities care about a specific attribute or stat, some of them don't. It's a little bit inconsistent. I don't think credibility cares. So the only stat binding that immediate has is when you pursue rumors, you're going to one of 3 skills: library search, which is an intelligence skill; conversation, which is an empathy skill; or interrogation, which is a cool skill. So I would suggest investing in at least one of those 3 skills to a pretty hefty amount.
For which?
Bear in mind that when I say invest in the skill, I also mean I recommend having that stat be at least a 7 or 8.
For
yeah, I
which?
just put 7 in intelligence, and you said it was cool for interrogation, right?
Yes. So most of your stats are pretty self-explanatory, but I'll go through them one at a time just for the sake of thoroughness. Your int is your intelligence. Is how smart your character is, how much formal education you received, and things of that nature. Your REF, or reflexes, is factored into your initiative and how well you fire guns. Your dexterity, it's also how well you drive, for the most part, reflexes as well. All operate vehicle skills are reflex skills to my record. Your dexterity is much like dexterity it would be in other games. However, dexterity also functions as your strength skill, which is not the most intuitive, but your athletics keys off dexterity. So, like, you perform feats of strength with dexterity. This is also your skill and prowess with melee weapons, as well as avoiding attacks. Evasion is a dexterity skill.
Makes sense. Can I dodge? Yay, I got out of the way.
Tech or technique is not necessarily limited to the purview of technology, but more so any learned skill likely falls under tech. You can get a general gist of this when you go to the technique skills. So a lot of these are technology based, like air vehicle tech, basic tech, cyber tech, electronics and security tech, and land vehicle tech. But there are also more vocational skills, such as, well, not vocational, but learned skills such as forgery, paint, draw, sculpt, photography/film, something you'll probably want to invest in as a media. Pick lock, pick.
As an investigative journalist, that sounds useful.
So yes, I would recommend putting some investment into technique as well.
I will have to find the page for that.
Well, right now we're just looking at stats.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Next up is cool. This could be most viewed as like your charisma stat. Most social checks will key off of cool.
Fair enough.
Or rather, they'll key off of cool or empathy, but we'll get to empathy later. Your will is your mental resolve, your mental fortitude, and things of that nature. This factors into role skills like concentration, resist drugs and torture. And I'm struggling to think of other skills that it keys off of. It's not many. In fact, that might be it. They are two pretty good skills, though.
Well, good thing I put a 7 in it.
I put a
It also
4
factors
in
into your
it.
hit points. That's another big thing for will.
Oh, shoot.
Will is half the equation for how much health you have.
That changes
for your
things.
derived statistics.
Up to 6.
I'm going to skip luck. I'll explain that one last. Your move. This is how fast you move with a combat action, or your combat movement per round. During any given combat turn, you can move a number of squares equal to your movement for free at any point during your turn. Notably, unlike most systems, you can freely split your movement. So you can move, shoot, and then move again. You can move, stab, move again. There are no attacks of opportunity or reactive strikes in Cyberpunk.
Good to know. 1 second. I gotta go and shut off the oven. I'll be back.
All right, go for it. I will pause here in that case because I'm mostly describing these stats for matchless benefits since Harsa and Nav, you two have both already played Cyberpunk pretty.
I'm looking at having intelligence of 8 and technology of 8, will of 6, luck of 5, empathy of 5. Everything else is 6.
Double check to make sure Ezek does not key off any skills. I don't think so, but I would like to be thorough and check just in case.
Yeah, check and make sure. I mean, I know I'm of the robotics, so I have to have that as an 8. Second, it needs to be 8. I told you I was going to end up as a tech.
True. Well, you're not a tech. You're an Ezek.
Well, an Ezek tech.
Stuff.
So good?
Yep. Everything looks on the up and up in that regard. I don't think they
Okay.
have any stat binding from what I can tell.
Okay, cool. Then that part of my character is done. Humanity, hit points, those are all set by this, evidently. It sets itself.
Add everything up together just to make sure that the math comes out. So 8 plus 6 plus 6 plus 8 plus 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5. is 61. You have one more stat to apply.
Oh, I'll
Just
go.
to a stat of your choice.
I'll just do it to luck. I think luck. Yeah, because I use luck so much in this game.
Right.
Luck, unfortunately, is one of those things you really do have to worry about.
I am back. What have I missed?
Me possibly being bad at math, actually. Hold on a second, Chris. I think you were right the first time on this go.
Then go back to 5 on it.
Okay, yeah, you were right the first time. I'm just bad at using the calculator. So that's down to 5 luck.
Yep.
Okay, so have you finished describing the rest of the stats?
No, I stopped because I was describing them for your benefit. Because you're the only person here that hasn't played the system before.
Fair enough.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That's there it is.
Move is how quickly you can move. Body is how much damage you could take. And empathy
So
is...
body is soak, like from...
No, body is the other half of your hit point equation.
Yeah.
There are no body skills.
Yeah.
Body is also the only stat that you can permanently increase with cyberware after character creation.
Right.
So you could temporarily increase the other stats with, I'm assuming,
Drugs.
things like drugs and whatnot?
Yep, exactly. And then lastly, your empathy is your connection to humanity. This will determine how much humanity you have, which is basically a measure of how mentally stable you are to some extent. Because every time you install cyberware, your humanity goes down. Whenever
Yeah,
you're
I believe-
exposed to significant trauma, or your humanity can go down. Some drugs will also cause you to lose humanity, such as black lace.
You can get it back, but you have to do it a hard way.
Yes, you can regain humanity. The most common way is by going to therapy, but that will not come up in this game. You will not have that much downtime, at least not for this job.
Right.
So don't worry about too much that way. But
You said you were going to explain luck last.
oh yeah, I'm still explaining empathy real quick though. And lastly, as your humanity goes down, your empathy will also go down.
Oof.
So, your empathy is equal to the tens digit of your humanity. And if you ever reach 0 humanity, you lose your character because your character succumbs to cyberpsychosis.
Yeah, I heard Nav talking about that all the time.
Yeah, basically, your mind breaks and you become like a raving murderous lunatic.
That has to be done.
I suppose it could theoretically be possible to go into psychosis without cybernetics, at which point I guess it'll just be psychosis, but that would be very hard to do, and it would require you to set your empathy to 2 and then like purposely go seek out like traumatic experiences.
A journalist, I consider it a miracle that I have any empathy.
And then last but not least, luck. Luck is an interesting stat because it doesn't do anything on its own. Well, I don't want to say never, but you will not frequently roll luck. Instead, luck is converted into a resource of luck points. Actually, no, I want to stop that train of thought. And your luck points can be spent to modify any roll, except your credibility rolls. But every other roll, or death saving rolls, can't use it on those either. But every other roll, every other roll, you can spend 1 luck on a 1-to-1 basis to give yourself a +1 to the roll. You can spend this You can spend any number of luck points on any given roll until you run out. You will fully replenish your luck pool every session. So the start of every session, the first thing you do, reset your luck back up to its maximum value. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it's kind of like the last system we did.
Pardon?
Kind of like the last system we did. Wowen. Almost.
Oh, yeah. Very
I
similar
was
to
trying
that.
to think of the name of the system.
So,
I see that it looks like you have already allocated your stats. So let me go through the calculator and very poorly click in the numbers to see if it adds up to 62.
Sure, because there's 10 stats here and you get 62.
7 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 7 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6. And that is 62. You check out. Oh, you did in fact just put all sixes, then bump two things by two. Oh, yep.
Yeah, I did what you
plus
told me
two
to.
by one. Yeah. Well, I didn't tell you to. I said that it would.
You
You
could.
could viably do so, and you can. And you did.
40 hit points. And 60 out of 60 humanity.
all right.
Do. And double checking math. Alright, he has not gotten this far yet, so we are unfortunately leaving him behind. But I will come back to him afterwards if needed.
Right.
Do. So the next step is calculating derived statistics. Page 79. I am reasonably sure the character sheet did it for you.
I think it did.
Magical sheet. Yep, it calculated your empathy for you. It calculated your humanity for you. Luck and your hit points.
Yeah, there's no need to continue on with that.
Yep. All right. Next up, we got skills.
The skills that pay them bills.
All right. So, everyone, turn to page 81, please.
Skills that pay the bills.
I'm there.
All right. This is telling you what skills are. I do not think I need to explain the concept of skills to anyone here. We've all played tabletop role-playing games before.
Mm-hmm.
If you scroll down, it does give you a small primer on what all the skills do. This will be mostly for Magical's benefit. I suspect Karsa and Nav should already have a pretty strong grasp on these skills because
We've been playing them long enough.
yeah. Most of them are pretty self-explanatory, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask Magica. But for now, I will go ahead and scroll down to how do I get my skills?
Yeah, good plan.
So, how do I get my skills? Buying skills. Skills are normally rated from 1 to 10, or using gameplay by adding the level of the skill to the level of the most applicable statistic. Skills are like stats, they have a range of effectiveness that's related to how much they cost. Alright, so first up, we have basic skills. I think this character sheet already filed them in for you, but let me double check. Yes, it did. Cool.
They're the ones that have like 2 levels in it already, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there are certain skills that every character must have at least 2 ranks into, because these are just basic skills you learn by being alive. Additionally, all characters begin with 4 points in the language related to a cultural background, which we have already done as I'll establish in your life path. So we're going to scroll down to method 3 for the package, which is on page 90.
90.
So, unlike the other types of characters, Streetwise and Edgerun, the complete package characters get almost complete control over their skills. Like in Edgerunners, these characters get 86 skill points to raise up any skills they want. But, unlike Edgerunners, except for basic skills that all character types must have, see below, the complete package player can put the rest of their 86 points into any skills they want. 4 things, however, should be kept in mind. No skill can be higher than 6. The following skills must be at least level 2. Athletics, brawling, concentration, conversation, education, evasion, first aid, human perception, language street slang, local expert, your home, perception, persuasion, and stealth. Skills marked in the master skill list with a ×2 cost modifier cost 2 skill points to increase in a level by 1. All other skills cost 1 skill point to increase in level by 1. And then, of course, don't forget the 4 levels of language that you get free based on your cultural origin, which does not count against your 86 skill points. So in actuality, you'll have 90 skill points. Just,
90 skills.
but you only get to allocate 86 of them. Well, other than like the ones that haven't started.
So we have 80 skill points to
86 to allocate. Actually, let me go through and subtract the mandatory ones, and I'll get you the value that you will personally be allocated. Yeah, so you'll be picking 60 skills to increase.
60 skill points.
Yeah, 60 skill points to work with that are not already been spent on mandatory skills.
Okay.
And how many skills are there altogether, did you say?
A lot. It's on the second tab.
There's quite a bit.
And you said street slang is a language we are required to have.
Yes.
As that is not, by the looks of it, already on the sheet, I suppose I have to put that on there.
Yep. Notably, if this is where you want to pick up a second language, Karsa, this is where you would do so.
Yes, I do want to.
And do we put 4 points in the street slang too?
2 points.
Okay, so I've got 60 to figure out.
Okay. You said the highest you can go is 8?
6.
6?
Then I get to work on some math. Yay!
I will take the moment to give you some suggestions. Like before, you want to one of those 3 rumor skills.
Which ones are the rumor skills?
That was interrogation, conversation, or library use. Library search as it's called on the characters.
Well, good thing I was already putting 6 in there.
Alright. If you don't mind, I'm going to roll this just to make sure it works out well. Okay, yeah, so plus 13 base. 6 from your skill, 7 from your int.
It's a nice roll, and pity we aren't in something yet.
True. As a videographer, I would also recommend putting some points into photography/film.
Photography/film. Where is that?
Bottom right in the technique section.
I shall put 5 in there.
And then
5.
everything else is pretty whatever you want to be. Recommend at least one combat skill, or rather, at least one offensive skill. So melee, martial arts, brawling, ranged weapons, etc. I'd pick at least one.
Hmm.
I have 30 points left to allocate. I have 10 points left to allocate.
Yeah, they go fast.
I have to recount. How many we get 90 at the max, right?
So when you add every single skill point together, your result should be 90.
All right, thank you.
I'll put the last 6 into a vehicle skill. That seems like a good thing to be able to do.
Mm-hmm. Only if you're gonna drive.
I don't know how often I'm going to drive. Maybe I'll put it into another education skill.
Cars, for the most part, are pretty inaccessible to the general populace.
Fair enough.
Both of you make sure that you account for your local expert. Uh, Local expert your home. This will change based on where you live, which is why it's awkwardly called your home instead of a specific district.
Where does local expert fall into here?
Bottom left, right above science.
And I put like the star
Mandatory.
scraper thing.
No, you just put your home. This will basically correlate to a district in Night City that will be determined when we figure out where everyone's living at the moment. The only one set in stone is Trinity Hex, who lives at the Executive Zone.
Fair enough.
But even then, like, that has the propensity to change at various points in time.
Okay, I gotta get 8 points taken out. And I need to add 2.
Yeah. Well, I have allocated all my points. Yay!
Again, actually, you have to go home and actually enter in a 2 into that field. It is a mandatory 2 points.
Oh, into home.
Yep.
I've got my skills that pay them bills.
You sure about that?
Ideally. I mean, hey, you all have like the first month paid off at least. You're an executive. You never have to worry about rent actually.
Yeah.
For crime family, so it's debatable.
All right.
Do I
But you
pay
said,
rent, or do I collect the rent and break the kneecaps?
all right, so don't mind me. I'm going to go through with the calculator and just add up everything to double check your workbench about.
Yep, I subtracted everything based on the calculate using the calculator, so I'm pretty sure I did it right.
This is one thing that the RSSG does do better. Is that it
Yeah.
has like a built-in skill counter for you.
It sure does.
But that's okay.
I did it right. It would suck if I got that wrong now. It would suck on a quantum level. Can you spell overdramatic?
I could. Do you want to? This is rhetorical.
Yes, it is in fact rhetorical.
Alright, let's see what we got from there. Alright. There.
It is now deafening.
I'm still working.
By my calculations, Michael, you still need to allocate 3 more skill points.
Well, let's put them into forgery. Probably not going to be necessary, but let's do it anyway.
You never know.
Hey, I'm a journalist. You'd have one superfluous skill.
And how are things coming along on your end, Carson?
I'm miscounting or something, so could you count through? Tell me how many is left.
2 plus 2. That's cool.
1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. Sorry, we make that joke a lot.
No problem. Plus 2 plus 2. Plus 4. Plus 6. By my calculations, you have spent 95 skill points, so you have to remove 5.
Okay, that's more than I thought I had gotten.
Notably, electronics / security tech is a ×2 skill. So
Ah, that's why. Yeah.
So you're saying is the rolls are better on it?
No, it
No.
is just considered a master skill.
2. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I'll have to use engineering, because that's not a common one. Since we already have cyber tech and all that other stuff.
Gotcha. That might have been where differences in calculations might have been for master skills. You might have taken 8. I've got to account for any ×2 skills that you might have.
Yeah. That was the change.
So do you put less points in the time 2 skills?
No, every point at a ×2 skill just costs 2 skill points. You can still put between 1 and 6 in there.
Yeah, it's...
That seems a tiny bit confusing.
So I got 3 more
You
to
don't
lose.
have any, so don't worry about it. But the ×2 skills basically have like ×2 after that. So like paramedic ×2, electronic security tech ×2, demolitions ×2. These are considered by the system to be stronger than your average skill, either in wideness of application or scope of what they can accomplish. Like, for instance,
I'm going to take this down to 3 then. That will give me all but 1 point left. I need to...
Because, for instance, martial arts is, for the most part, just a straight upgrade to brawling. Electronic security tech is the most applicable security tech skill because most things are electronic in nature.
Fair enough.
It's also how you
Just
bypass
like
security measures, which is a bit better than repairing your cyber arm in most cases. Paramedic is, for the most part, a direct upgrade to first aid. Things of that nature.
Okay, I took 1 out of cyber. If you want to count them again. I kept my security. I took 3 out of engineering. And 1 out of weapons tech.
Right. Yeah.
There's no such thing as bad skills to have. Now, even though it's not relevant here, How does leveling up work?
You say that, but it will be relevant in probably about 30 minutes. And we'll go over that soon.
I brought this on myself.
Yes, you did.
Oh no, I was planning on giving you guys. So to peel back the curtain a little bit, once we finish up character creation, I'm going to go through with each of you and kind of talk about like what your last job was like. And you're going to get some starting rep, some extra starting money, as well as some IP, which are called improvements, which you can use to increase your skills.
Fair enough.
Because I wanted to introduce you guys to the whole of Cyberpunk, not just the character creation part. And I figured it would be easier to just explain by doing rather than doing it later on down the road. Ah, darn, I don't know if I did this box already. Goddamn, I have to start over. Changed up the fucking pattern because I'm dumb. Never again.
Hashtag all the regrets.
Yeah.
All regrets.
Alright, everything was on the up and up.
Excellent.
Calculations look correct to me.
Yay. Okay.
Now that I have verified the numbers are correct, I'm going to do what I probably should have done first and make sure that your stat spreads are recommendable.
That would probably be good.
More concerned about for Magica than you, no offense. Again, you've already made a character in Cyberpunk.
Right.
Good point.
Solid. Makes sense.
So with what I think would fit a journalist. Do you guys think it makes sense? Is another story entirely.
No, I think most of this is pretty solid. I like it.
Yay!
My only I don't want to say skepticism, but my only concern is it looks like you're trying to go with melee weapons as your primary combat route, correct? With handguns as a
Yeah.
fallback.
Yep.
I would recommend, not saying you have to, but I would consider increasing your evasion a little bit because that's your main defense against enemy melee weapons.
Oh. Okay, so I shall take 2 out of forgery and put into evasion.
Just want to make sure I explain that because, like, for all I know, you might have been thinking, oh yeah, I can like parry melee weapons with my melee weapon, but that is not how that works.
Aw. That'd be cool, though.
We can always flavor it as such, but at the end of the day, if someone makes a melee attack roll against you, you will be rolling evasion. And with only the 2 base, you have decent decks, but not the best decks. So you need to supplement that with some skills. But
Fair
other than
enough.
that, I like the skill spread. I can see what you're going for. It all makes sense to me, and I don't think you're taking anything that I would consider a dead skill.
Except for the one that I now have in forgery.
That actually is useful.
No, like forgery makes sense to me for like kind of what you're doing.
Fair enough.
Ones are typically a bit dubious in systems like this, but I'm not gonna say you can't do it because at the end of the day, it helps you define a little bit of what your character does and what they're about, and I value that. And I hope you guys do as well.
Yep. Alright.
While I'm here, I'll take a game.
I will be right back. Give me just a moment.
Yep.
She's leaving the audience alone with us. Let's brainwash them.
No.
Sorry to surprise my evil laugh when I become the DM.
Needs a little work, but you're getting there.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all makes sense. Trinity Hex will also be looking at like combat with Cangas as a fallback. The common strategy, it seems.
Not Han Solo. I do not shoot first.
The one drive. I reckon you should bump that up a little bit if you allow. Because I suppose one thing to bear in mind, oh, is that Karsa?
Yes.
Alright. I do want to take one gander at the drive land vehicle rank.
Yeah.
In order to automatically drive without issue, you need a base 9. So that would require at least 3 minimum points to drive without having to roll everyone.
Nope.
Yes, hello, I am driver.
Your driver. I'm done with that, drivers. Yes, I'm gonna put that somewhere else.
Okay. I just want to make sure. It's like again, I want to make sure. I want to make sure none of you regret any of your skill choices.
Yeah.
Oh, fellow humans, want to do skateboards?
Well, you pilot your skateboards with athletics, which we would also require a base 9 to have it without not have any issues.
Yeah. I also think I killed Bob.
Okay, I'm good. I think I put him in weapons tech.
Okay.
And I think I killed Bob because he knows what I'm quoting.
Yeah. Well, times one skill. All right. One minor note, Karsa, the local expert, you have it written as the exact area, which is fine for now, but I would like to specify it as your home because that is potentially fluid.
Okay, we'll just call it my home then.
Okay.
If you missed everything, we TPK'd immediately and had to make new characters again.
And
Yeah, obviously.
No.
We will have to catch you up a little bit here. Let me go to where my bookmark was. Alright. So we left off. When you left, we were doing life path, roll life paths. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
I assume you have already rolled this out for yourself. Okay, yeah, you have stuff written in the Nomad Life Path box, so we can skip that for now. Well, not for now. Just skip it. You can just read it off later. For now, I would like to get you caught up. So, scrolling up, and we're going to assign stats. Both Karsa and Magica decided to do the complete package route, so just straight up point buy. Would you like to do the same?
I can't remember offhand which one was better.
I mean, nothing's better than anything else. It's just there are different degrees of agency you would have with the various methods of character creation. Basically, the options are you can either pick from an array, you can roll randomly, or you can point buy to use more ubiquitous tabletop RPG terms.
The point buy is the one where you just go through the stats and everything, see what you want, and then
Yep.
set the stats as best you can to support what you want.
Yeah, just 62 points. Put them wherever you want.
It's potentially easier that way.
All right. So go ahead and do that real quick. You already know what the stats do, so I don't have to go through the explanation again like I did for Magicka. So whenever you're ready, let me know when you're ready to move on.
Here's what he's doing. Carson knows what she's doing. You know what you're doing. I'm the pleb here for once.
I know exactly what I'm doing, which is dealing
For once.
with a bunch of pain.
Sorry.
Right now, my life is pain.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could say it'd get better, but probably not. You're going to get shot a lot.
I mean, to be fair, at least if pain through bullet holes, well, you have a reason for it.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of getting shot, by the way, that reminds me. I had some house rules I want to go over. Thankfully, was not applicable for Magicka or Trinity. Magicka, is your name like Magika or Mag-Ika? Mag-Ika? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I decided to see what I could spin my name into, and that's the best I could think of.
All right. I'll be sure to shoot you first. And Trinity Hex. So
far, Trinity Hex has worked because I've been hexed by my ex-lover, been hexed by my ex-lover, been hexed by my ex-boss.
It's literally the trinity of hexes.
She is. Everybody is anti-Trinity.
I mean, to be fair, I was thinking the amusing thing would be calling my character Nav and then being, well, it's short for Navigator because that's what they did. And then I decided, no, because that's liable to get the DM to shoot me.
I wouldn't mind that. Listen,
Well,
I care more that your names are easy for me to say. that's the most important part for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I went with the exceptionally difficult to pronounce Bob.
Bob.
What a Bob.
Simply because I was in the list of random names that I got generated. Bob Bogey, because of course
we love alliteration around these parts.
Bogey, not only have you got the comical thing of the character might sneeze on you as a form of greeting, but also Bogey referring to as a vehicle thing.
Yeah.
It's also a golf
it
thing.
works on multiple levels.
But in terms of the house rules, because this might factor into your decision now, I don't know. Normally, every character with reflexes 8 can dodge gunfire, meaning that you would be able to roll evasion against the attack.
Mm-hmm.
I am, however, instead gating this behind having a speedware. So, any character with any amount of reflexes can dodge gunfire if you're willing to buy either a Koreznikov or a Sandeva style.
What's that?
Really bad items in the core rulebook that normally only give you a bonus to initiative.
Have you never watched Edge Runners?
Yes, I just couldn't remember what the name of it was.
The Sandeva is the thing that the main character uses. It's like the main plot point.
Okay.
So how we surgically removed your spine and replaced it with technology.
I mean, I've even used that in my game. I just didn't know what the name of it was. So, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think Wolfhunter's a Sandeva.
Hell, Jill ended up with one of them.
I don't think Wolfhunter has.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, if memory serves, the only person that's gotten something like that is Faust.
No, I'm talking about in Godbound. Jill got one of those.
Okay. But
technically, I am a walking Vanderbeesten.
But yeah, this is
2 speed.
Exactly.
This is probably the most contentious rule change that I am doing. Being able to dodge gunfire is very divisive in the Cyberpunk Red community because my grievance with it is that it makes every character kind of require reflexes 8. And I don't like that. I also don't like that it's a choice you have to make at character creation and character creation alone.
Yeah.
I
I mean, to be fair, I totally agree with you. I think it's kind of unfair that, like, in our other game, I am the only person that can't just straight up dodge. But it's like there should be some level of an attempt.
That actually brings me to the next point. It's like, normally, this is an item in Black Chrome called the Reflex Code Processor, which allows anyone with any amount of reflexes to dodge gunfire. But that's lame. That's the only thing it does, and I don't like that. So I'm just wrapping it into speedwares because that just makes sense to me.
It does make sense.
It makes it less lame.
I mean, it's literally that thing, like, you know, characters are shown in 77 and Edge Runners as being able to dodge gunfire through the use of the literal thing that makes you super fast.
Well, I'm not even talking about this just from like the flavor standpoint or the aesthetic standpoint or the core of the lore of the setting. I just mean it's like we have the Koreznikov and Sandevistan, which are on their own pretty bad items, and then you have the Reflex Code Processor, which is on its own also not a great item. So instead, I'm just combining them both, and that's just kind of what it is. Because, so normally speaking, a Sandevistan or a Koreznikov are both speedwares. They both cost 1,000 EBIs and require you to have a neuroware cybernetic.
They are not cheap, and we're not just talking about cash.
This is a very expensive investment that will also cost you a total of 21 humanity. I do not think that is worth a +1 bonus to your initiative.
Yeah.
Or in the Sandevistan's case, a +2 bonus to your initiative. Situationally.
I would have to agree on that one, just based on description alone.
Yeah, it's a very expensive thing to not really give you that much of a benefit.
That just seems like just stupid, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. They both cost 500 EBIs on their own, and then 500 for the neuroware. So 1,000 EBIs investment total. They do both still cost a lot of humanity.
And they take a lot of humanity. Oh, do they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So a 21 minus. You said it was like 21 to humanity for a +1 bonus to your initiative.
The Koreznikov is a +2 bonus at all times, which would cost 14 humanity plus 7 for the neuroware. And the Sandevistan is 500 EBIs and 7 humanity in order to. So the Sandevistan has to be activated in order to give its bonus, but it has a higher bonus. So it gives +3 instead of +2. Which leads me into my second house rule. Even with these changes, I still think the Sandevistan is garbage. So it's getting buffed again. In addition to being able to activate a Sandevistan as an action, you can also activate it as part of rolling initiative.
Okay.
Notably, the Sandevistan does still have a cooldown. You activate it, it's active for 1 minute, and then you cannot be activated again for an hour. This is the draw of why this is the push and pull between the Koreznikov and Sandevistan. The Koreznikov is active at all times, but it gives less initiative and it costs more humanity. The Sandevistan is only going to be active sometimes, but it's less intrusive on your humanity pool, and when it is active, it gives you a higher initiative bonus.
What's the benefit outside of initiative?
One more time?
What's the benefit outside of the initiative buff?
The Koreznikov will allow you to dodge gunfire at all times. The Sandevistan will allow you to dodge gunfire while it is active.
Right.
But I wanted to get that out of the way real quick because the ability to dodge gunfire could impact your decision making of where to activate your stats. Like, if you don't want to play a gun character, I don't want you to feel pressure to have reflexes 8 just so you don't die to enemy gunfire. Is why I'm going over this now instead of during the gear section.
Fair enough.
One more, not really a house rule, but this is more of a philosophical or GMing style thing. is I'm going to be very fast and loose about certain rules and interactions, such as buying and selling gear. I don't feel bad about this because none of you are a fixer, so none of you are going to have your toes stepped over on this regard, and none of you are techs who have to worry about like people losing econs because other people are getting their gear repaired for cheaper or whatever. This is also going to apply to like purchasing services and generally speaking, interacting with the economy of Night City. While there's a time and place for it, and some people might find it interesting, I personally don't want to sit down for 2 hours to roleplay you guys trying to buy or sell something, or try to get your critical injury looked over.
We don't have the time for that.
I also don't want to be prohibitively expensive and cost you an arm and a leg to fix your arm and a leg. So the prices for professional services in the book are probably going to wind up in actual play being cheaper than what they're listed as, just because it doesn't make sense to me that edge runners are going to go pay 500 ebbies to get their arm fixed every time they go out on a job. Generally speaking, I expect that edge runners should be getting net positive off of doing jobs and not just treading water because of medical bills or repair bills or things of that.
What is this, United States?
Some hardcore fanatics of the genre or the system might disagree with me on that, but that's okay. If they don't like that, they don't have to watch because they're not playing in the game.
You're the one who's the boss.
Yeah, it's honestly that thing where, as you say, sure, it might be interesting for one person to have basically a 2-hour session.
It wasn't
going
that
into
interesting.
Their medical stuff, and then going to, speak to, fixers and deal with going on to night markets and stuff. But if everyone else is basically just sitting twiddling their thumbs, it's like, yes, I get the idea that some of the tech is restricted to a degree, but at the same time, like, why do I have to roll 30 times to go and buy a new agent? Like, in the real world, I can literally walk into a phone shop and buy a phone.
Well, that's part of it. In our other game, buying cheaper items can be very difficult, but you can find any item that costs 100 or less ebbies without a roll. Just full stop. It is very easy. Yeah. It takes you 10 minutes to go to fucking Sci-Fi Radio Shack and go buy a new phone.
Yeah.
That is fine. For more expensive items, it will still require some amount of rolls, but it'll be very streamlined and it'll be very sorted out very quickly with, like, make me a streetwise roll to find a buyer. You have found a buyer, make me a trading roll, and that is how much you're paying.
Oh, so we're not going to do the night market.
No, there will be night markets for more expensive gear, but in the context of this game, there will be no night markets because you're not going to have payouts like that.
Right.
If this turns into a longer form game, I will probably handle those interactions between sessions.
Sounds good.
Because
those take forever.
I value not only my time and your time, but also the audience's time. And right. I don't think people want to tune in just to watch people try and buy items. I don't think that's really what the jam is about.
Right.
No, I've seen Stranger Things on a tabletop session.
It's fair enough, I suppose. But now that that's out of the way, let me know when you apply your statistics. Just wanted to make sure that was known to everyone before we got too deep into it.
Yeah. And then he'll math it out to make sure you did it right. I thought I did it right. It still had 3 to apply. Because somehow I did my math wrong with a calculator. Yes, that is a personal problem. Thank you. I failed at using a calculator. I don't know how, but I did.
You have to set to scientific mode. It's a joke. Move on.
I mean, funnily enough, I do, but
Stick a fork in it, you're done.
Where is that spread?
Stick a fork in it. That's a new one.
No, it's not. It's actually a very old one.
It's the first time I'm hearing it, so it's new to me.
Wow.
Oh damn! If I'd rolled one higher, I could have made the joke of I could either go and get cybernetics, or I'll just use my 8 in reflexes to dodge bullets.
So you're saying what you're saying is you have 8 in
No,
reflex, so you can in fact dodge bullets.
no. What I'm saying is I rolled a 2, therefore I have 7 reflexes. Where's the numbers? What are actually the better things for nomads? What do I actually use for the driving checks?
Operate land vehicle.
What does that come under? Vehicles, techniques. See vehicle tech, no. Tech. Oh, control skills. There they are. So having a higher reflex actually allows me to do more. Skills are fully interchangeable. I can drop 1 point in something to increase 1 point in something else, can't I?
One more time.
I could take 1 point from a skill and add it to a different skill, can't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, stat. We're on stats right now.
Yeah, stats. I meant to say stats, but Brian was in charge. I have now kicked him out the window.
He'll be back.
Yeah, that should be good for
Eventually.
stats.
Yeah.
Let's close that and reopen it. Yep, it's kept everything there.
Just to double check work.
I'm not particularly intelligent, but no, sorry, that's not intelligence. No, it is. Yeah,
That's intelligence.
I could drive like a motherfucker, which is good when you're a nomad, because driving is life.
Driving is love. Driving is life.
So we got 5 plus 8 plus 6 plus 5 plus 7 plus 7 plus 5 4. By my calculations, you currently have 63 stats allocated. You'll have to remove one somewhere.
5765 888754. How can that be one extra? That's literally what it has in the book.
I'll refresh your sheet real quick, make sure the numbers are right. I'll go through
You
it
do
again.
have a mandatory 2 in your home.
We're talking stats, not skills.
Oh.
So 5 plus
Yeah.
8 is 13, plus 6, 19, plus 5, 24, plus 8, 32, plus 6, 38, plus 8, 46, plus 7, 53, plus 5, 8, plus 4. Oh, yeah, 16. Never mind.
Well,
Oh, your will changed since when I refreshed. Okay, your
Yeah.
will was 7, but
yeah, because like rolling the 2 literally gives me 57658888754.
oh, I'm so sorry. You're doing Street Rat, or not Street Rat, Edge Runner.
No.
No.
No, it's the one immediately above the method 2. I just
Oh, yeah, Street Rat.
I just
Okay.
rolled for that to give that. You know, here's the bunch of stats. I'll make a couple adjustments.
Fair enough.
Which
Those
is
do
on-
not all add up to 62. It is the quick and dirty version of it.
Yeah.
There's much more variance induced on the arrays that you can roll on.
All right. I assumed all of them were the correct thing, that they would all total out the same.
No. So some of them vary between plus and minus 1 to 2.
Well, the numbers are what they are, and
Okay.
that now works out to 62 total.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have skills, which are going to start on. Well, the buying process starts on 88.
Get them skills to pay the bills.
So I will repeat it for consistency's sake, but Edge Runners get 86 skill points to be distributed between your character skills to raise their totals up. These points may not be applied anywhere else. Note, this is method 2. So you get your 86 skill points. When you are buying skills, 4 things to keep in mind. No skill can be higher than 6. The following skills must be at least level 2. Athletics, brawling, concentration, conversation, education, evasion, first aid, human perception, language, street slang, local expert, your home, perception, persuasion, and stealth. You will notice on the character sheet that these are already applied for you, and you do not have to worry about that.
Except for the one that is for your
Oh, yeah, except for
local-
local expert, your home. You'll have to add that one in yourself, as well as street slang. You have to manually add them in as languages and as local experts.
What are these? Right. I found it.
Skills marked with marked in the
Um,
master skill list. So those are the times 2. Cost 2 skill points. Things like arts, auto fire, etc. And then, last but not least, you get 4 levels of a language you got for free based on your cultural origins selected in your life path. But beyond that, go wild.
So we have 4 levels in our actual language.
Yeah, so in your case, English.
You know, what do we have anything by default in street slang?
2 points.
2 points, and then
You can
also
increase that if you would like.
in your
But,
home.
but yeah, you can increase them later if you would like, but you must have at least 2 points in both. And then from here, the math pans out of you will assign 60 skill points to other skills once you account for all of your mandatory purchases. And then when I go through later with the calculator, everything should add up to 90.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was reading up on the teamwork ability and for corporate housing. So if I ended up working for another corporation, it just moves my stuff over for free.
Yep. Part of your severance package, your old corporation will. Well, actually, no, I think it's their new package, so it's more of a signing bonus.
And then
Your new
later
corporation will
on,
pay to have everything moved over to your new corporate connect.
I get trauma team coverage as well.
Yeah, eventually.
Mm-hmm. Instead of paying the price I had to pay for in the other game.
How much do you pay for Trauma Team in the other game?
500 a
500 a
month.
month.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's
Assuming
and
that's a
that's the
lot.
basic. That's the basic.
It's a decent chunk.
It is.
That's the basic. I'm assuming the basic is they'll show up and they'll make sure they keep you alive. They might not help you, but they'll keep you alive.
Yes.
They'll evac you.
They'll just get you to the hospital.
Whereas I'm assuming anything beyond that is they will repair you while you're on your way there.
Yep. They'll
The
do the
hospital
best of
might
their
not
ability.
even be necessary.
They will do the best of their ability to stabilize and heal you with the first aid skill. So anything or paramedic skill, either or. However, they cannot perform surgery on you because you're in a moving vehicle.
So you get the flying vehicles, right?
Yeah, they come with an airborne AV.
As soon as I love an auto dock.
Doc is not a thing.
No, so like they'll land. They'll send a dispatch of 4 people, 4 armed paramedics to come and fetch you. If necessary, they'll put you on a stretcher. Otherwise, they'll help you like walk your way there. Load you up, and then they'll evac you. They will not engage in hostilities with other parties, but they will defend themselves if fired upon by other people.
You've explained to me before.
Like, there's a reason why, like in '77, your initial thing when you call in the trauma team pickup for the person that you're rescuing, there's a reason why they jump out immediately training guns on you.
Fair enough.
Because you're literally carrying their patient. Right. Question about the maximum skills.
Yes.
Like I'm noticing here, it's saying like a land vehicle tech. Is this technically a 9 I have in that skill because I've got tech 5 plus moto 4?
In land vehicle tech, you said?
Yeah.
Yes. So because you are a nomad, you add your moto ranks to any vehicle tech skills. So land vehicle tech, sea vehicle tech, and is there air vehicle tech? Yeah, air vehicle tech.
Yeah. So
You also add it to any control skills involving vehicles, such as drive land vehicle, pilot air vehicle, and pilot sea vehicle.
Do these come under that same 6 limit? So, like in theory, I couldn't add
Nope.
to that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so like I could say like for reasons I'm going to say I put 6 into a land vehicle, then it's 6 plus the 5 plus the 4.
Exactly.
Right.
You are a nomad. Vehicles are your thing.
Hmm.
You
Every
straight up
nomad
ingress.
has at least some passing understanding of how vehicles work, even if you don't invest in any of those skills.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is what we're saying is you're the driver.
No, really? Are you sure about that?
No.
Even with 0 skill points, he can automatically drive a vehicle in normal conditions without any risk of crashing. Because just with his reflexes and moto ranks, he has base 12.
Yeah, so in the immortal words of my people, suck it, City Slicker. I was born on the highway.
You're born to be wild.
Kill him.
Aw.
Listen,
Kill him now.
it's either his way or the highway. Your call.
Exactly.
All right.
He's the one leaving us in the dust of the highway because he could drive.
Oh, you know what? See, just for all your terrible attempts at punnery, we are actually deciding on our vehicle currently, which is going to be a station wagon that you are going to sit in the back seat with the fuel tank. And guess what?
mean-
I ain't got no straps in the back, so you're just gonna have to grab hold of something and hold on.
I mean, fair enough, I guess.
You're not gonna do the mystery wagon?
Oh hell no!
Even my seatbelt with that.
I don't care about the mystery wagon. For me, I care about Remy.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The station wagon, yes.
Magica's the only one that gets that station wagon named Remy. That's got Arda written down the side of it, and a Bigfoot. It's
Fair
kind
enough,
of-
actually.
I could go and get a screenshot from Pacific Drive and be like, "This is literally my car."
I suppose I will circle back on the certain role abilities. I do know Moto and Executive do have other aspects to character creation. Picking and choosing your vehicles and your upgrades, as well as Trinity Hex's corporate lackey. I'm sorry, your team member.
Corporate lackey.
Yeah. I think I'm going with a bodyguard.
Okay.
So
But we
not
will,
only are you doing Wolf Hunter's daughter, you're also doing the person that hires Wolf Hunter.
but
Pretty much.
I figure we can go through all the universal aspects of character creation, and we'll circle back on those at the end, where I can work with you guys one-on-one without having to spend like Magica's time on it. Because no offense, but Magica doesn't give a fuck about it. It's not his character, and it has no bearing on his.
Right.
I don't want to keep you guys. I don't want to keep any individual persons longer than I have to, because we are already hitting 2:00.
Yeah. So quick double check. How many skill points should we have total? 90, you said.
So when you add up every skill point on your character sheet, it should add up to 90, excluding ×2 skills.
Oh, we knew this was gonna take forever, so nothing new.
Right, because I'm just double checking here that I'm not going over the thing or anything that I do think I will need.
I will say at Reflexes 8, I think you are uniquely advantaged in investing specifically into some guns.
Because
Because
you can dodge and return fire.
well, no, he cannot dodge gunfire, not unless he buys the ability to do so. Because to pull back the Silver Veil for a bit, to my understanding, the rest of your companions are all invested into handguns. You would probably be the best candidate to operate a shoulder arm gun.
Oh, I'm definitely handgun material.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking that, like, would it necessarily be the best thing to go into handguns? Because, I mean, for all, like, the theory being if you're driving, you can potentially, like, blind fire from a moving vehicle. While still driving, technically. Though I think, generally speaking, I would prefer my companions in the vehicle to be returning fire, and I focus on the actual driving.
Yeah. There's also the option of it is possible to operate a vehicle hands-free if you get neurobloods. Which I
mean, the
think
whole thing, I'm liking that idea.
I
So
think
you're
the
saying
stock
it's
standard Nomad loadout does include interface plugs for that reason, and that'll let you do whatever you want with your hands. while driving your vehicle.
So what you're saying is there are in fact characters that can drive with their knees.
Not even
No.
with your knees. You drive with a USB port.
Yeah, it's like literally and when he says interface plugs, it's like a cable that you jack into your head, and then the other end you put into like a console on your car, and then
Yeah,
you
and
are
it would
literally
remotely
operating.
turn the steering
and you-
wheel, accelerate, decelerate, etc.
Exactly.
Or turn on the radio.
Yeah. Like that is the literal thing that he's talking about there. And I'm probably gonna go for that. And then thinking about it, if I don't actually have to bother in terms of like driving one handy to fire a handgun, is there any like express debuff to say whipping out a rifle and shooting shoulder arms and using that whilst also remote piloting a car that I'm in?
Uh, no more than you would have for shooting any gun outside of the vehicle. Bearing in mind, vehicular combat incurs I want to say a -4 penalty to all shooters because you are shooting from a moving vehicle.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right. So yeah, if there's essentially no mechanical downside to picking shoulder arms over handguns, yeah, fuck it. I'll go with that.
I'm not saying it is one or the other. I'm just saying it's like I would suggest at least one person in the party have a weapon that does more than 46 damage.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm aware.
Otherwise, you guys will
that
just
we get in
buckle
the
and
other
fold to anyone wearing heavy armor, jack, or heavier armor.
game. Yeah.
Right.
That feels like something that should have been explained from the get-go, because now I feel like handguns was not the thing to main.
It depends on what your character does.
I very clearly stated when I was looking at your character, so it looks like you're going for melee weapons primary with handguns as a backup. And that is perfectly acceptable, because that means you can have a melee weapon in one hand and a pistol in the other.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. And melee weapons are not to be sniffed at in this system.
Melee weapons actually do fuck up armor to a pretty good extent, because you ignore half armor with melee weapons.
Yeah, you remember me telling you about
the tire iron to the face.
Yeah, the tire iron to the face that damn near killed my character in their first combat.
That's because you weren't wearing any armor.
But in saying that, having the armor, I would still have been pretty fucked up. I would have been less fucked up, but I'd still have been definitely hurting.
Yeah.
And that's literally against a dude who just had a tire iron.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even like I took a 12 gauge to the chest and, you know, it killed half my armor straight up. Because, as I was saying, you know, I didn't have any. I hadn't been shot. The only damage I took was that guy with the tire iron. And, yeah, I got fucked up. It depends on your rolls.
But, the other thing I will say, Magica, is, like, you are setting your skills before you buy gear, but that is not set in stone. If you look at the weapon section and you decide later on that actually I'd rather use a shotgun than a handgun, that's perfectly fine. You just move your points around and I don't care.
I'm still gonna stick with the handgun for now.
But generally speaking, yes, a handgun of the range options does the least damage, followed by shoulder arms, followed by heavy weapons, followed by auto fire. That feels pretty intuitive, though. I don't think I necessarily had to explain that.
No, you didn't need to.
The point being, those like handguns are concealable. They are pretty cheap. Shoulder arms are typically not concealable, but they're also relatively inexpensive. Heavy weapons are sure as fuck not concealable and very expensive, both to acquire and to shoot.
They are not concealable. Well, where would I put something this big?
On a car.
Because your heavy weapons are like your rocket launchers, your grenade launchers, your flamethrowers, your miniguns.
You attach them to a car. That's what you do.
I mean, I could definitely put a minigun on a car. I probably wouldn't try to put a flamethrower on a car just for...
Well, you couldn't. But Bob Bogey could.
Anyway, how many corpse do I get?
What do
Corp
you mean,
lackeys. Corp
I
lackeys.
think you get one with your current team member.
Yeah, so my
like-
bodyguard.
Yeah, you have one.
It's my bodyguard. Okay.
And we'll set them out once we finish all the universal
Off
parts of
stream.
creation.
Off stream. We'll give him a name so that everybody can know him next week. Who knows? It could be my ex. My nice ex, the ex that wants to keep me around, not the other one.
Well, I have no enemy, so I've decided the world is my enemy.
The world is your enemy. Wow. Okay.
Well, I am a journalist.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What else do we need to do?
Fair enough. Are you cool if we move on, Nav, and I'll come back to you later?
Yeah. I believe I just need to like double check these numbers and make sure they all add up to 90.
Oh well, that can be done now.
I should be good. But yeah, you guys can continue just now.
Next up, weapons and armor. Everyone, please. Well, everyone who is ready, please move your PDFs over to page 91.
Page 91.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
You don't have to have cyberware to be a cyberpunk, but you do need weapons and armor. In the dark future of the time of the Red, there aren't many convenient cops around to cover your butt when things get sticky. So let's talk about things that go bang or chop, chop, slice. Weapons are a part of everyday life in the time of the Red. With only a few cops on the street and lots of heavily armed and armored miscreants roaming around just itching to reduce you to sellable parts, well, it's no wonder that everyone you meet is probably packing. The trick is to make sure you're carrying more than they are, and you know enough about how to use it so they don't take it away from you. So, weapon categories. There are 3 weapon categories of weapons. You got melee weapons, you got ranged weapons, you got exotic weapons. Exotic weapons probably won't come up a whole lot, but they might. I'm gonna start fast ones. This is like I care more about acquiring them.
Well, how much money do we get?
That do be what I'm looking for. It said, "How do you acquire them?"
Three 385 is the category of item listed below its cost. See the buying and selling on 385. I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, how do you get your stuff? Scroll down to complete package.
Step 1, get money. Step 2, work from there.
How do you get your stuff? Weapons, armor, gear, outfits, and cyberware for complete packages calculated. Everyone scroll down to page 104. Like stats and skills, complete package characters have a lot more leeway when selecting weapons, armor, and gear. Unlike Edruns and Sheep Rats, you get 2,550 Eurobucks to buy any weapons, armor, gear, and cyberware you want. Just hit the list and start shopping. Keep in mind, the next section of character creation is where you'll be buying cyberware, so make sure you leave some money for those important purchases. A full list of weapons, armor, gear, and cyberware can be found in the night market section on 340. It is all fair game if you have the eddies. You keep anything you don't spend.
Okay, so 2,550 Eurobucks.
Notably, right underneath that, the PDF does have hyperlinks to the various charts if you care about a specific section. If you wish to look at weapons, please be directed to page 91, armor, page 96, clothing, page 99, fashion, page 102, cyberware, 110, or the complete listing, 340. I would only worry about weapons, armor, and cyberware for now, however. you'll get a different stipend for fashion in your outfit at the next step.
Now we get the basic gear first for free.
You get nothing for free with the complete package.
Okay.
If you want something, you pay for it.
You pay for it. Got it.
If you would prefer, you could scroll up one page and just use the templated gear section they have for all these different characters. But these all add up to that 2,550 budget. At least I assume they are. I didn't go through and do the math, but this would be a
No.
replacement effect, not an addition. In addition to.
Right. No, I don't think it does.
Now I get to decide on the gear. Yay!
Okay, so light armor is 100.
Okay, so let's start with 2,550. It's in fact its own tab, right? Yes.
Or how this cache thing works, but okay.
It works by working.
This part is going to take the longest, I think. We could probably do this off stream eventually. Is there anything else? Gonna have to take a Kevlar
No.
too.
Once you pick up your gear, all your characters are pretty much done.
Okay. Got an SP.
Wow, I scrolled down a little and looked at the pointing to cyber into the punk. Man, that image is a bit terrifying.
Mm. Still figuring this out. Okay. Oh yeah, I need a combat knife. Where'd it go?
There we go. I do have 90 skills.
Yay!
And I'm almost guaranteeing at least 2 of these skills no one else has. And
Probably.
I'm not talking about roll skills.
The vehicle ones probably.
No, I'm talking about general skills that anyone could put points into that I'm half willing to bet. Potentially only one person has put skills into those and they aren't with us right now.
I put 1 point in forgery.
No. It's not forgery. I thought about forgery and then it was like, no, I've kind of decided that the family that we're doing stuff with, the Nomad family, sort of focused on transport and stuff, generally, legally. And I thought about like, should I put a point into forgery for like forging transport papers or that? Like, nah, fuck it. Because I wouldn't forge the papers, someone else would. I just drive the truck.
Well, we got a forger. Don't we?
I have 1 point in forgery.
That still gives us forgery.
Oh, that's Borgware. The that image for the putting the cyber into the punk. That dude's got full Borg conversion. You should totally do that, Magica. Your humanity will be fine. Don't worry about it.
That looks like someone who had no humanity left to lose.
Oh, that would be a cyber cycle.
Well, I am now looking at the full equipment page, just because. And then I am going to go and get some food, because I am hungry.
Where was that thing for standards? Oh my god, we've discovered that Magica is actually a nomad because he has an inflatable bed.
Sorry, I was besting Dead Knight because he asked how character creation was going. I'm going to take
Pretty
a moment
average.
to add up all these skills in the calculator, make sure it adds up to 90. Don't mind me. Oh, I like that. That's cute.
So what you're saying is we should all judge you harshly.
Well,
Uh,
for his ability to use a calculator properly, Magica.
You say that, but I actually fucked up the first time I added up Carson's stats.
Damn it, you're not supposed to say that. We're supposed to make it that you are the DM because you know how a calculator works. Magica is the first to die because he doesn't understand a calculator.
Unlucky. No, he's gonna die first because his name is Megika. Or Megika.
Okay, well, I've immediately decided I'm going to mishear that name and say, oh, so you're Mr. Geeka. Okay.
2.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is, like, what sort of news content do you make?
I'm basically a corrupt propagandist.
Right, well, I don't really care because you're not telling me what the traffic situation is. You know, it's not traffic. It's not traffic with Magica at 5.
Does this make you Alex Jones? Are you gonna preach about the frauds are turning gay?
Oh my god, yes.
Huh?
Okay, you now have to survive the whole thing. That way, we can say that in 77, you are the crazy guy who talks about the lizard people.
Oh, Gary the Prophet?
Yeah, Jerry. I couldn't remember his name. Yeah, you will become Jerry the Prophet. Which, strictly speaking, there is a theory that he is 100% correct. Because if you look in the game files, there's a character who is called Mr. Blue Eyes in the game. His character files include another name that's potentially a huge thing lore-wise.
Alright.
There are, in fact, lizard people in charge of everything.
There is actually a slightly slightly alternate universe version of Cyberpunk that does have lizard people. That was written for a laugh.
I mean,
Right, now,
lizard people running everything is literally a conspiracy theory in the real world.
okay, so Nav, regarding your skills, first off, congratulations are in order. You were the first person to get to 90 points on your first try. Second off, I am. The skills are cool. They make sense. Slash, you have some niche ones, but I'm going to take it at face value that you know that it might not come up, and you're okay with that. In terms of your combat skills, though, or rather your fighting skills, the 2 points in melee weapon kind of confuse me when you already have 6 points in brawling.
Are they
I think
essentially interchangeable?
no, but I would recommend picking one or the other. Similarly speaking, if you do want to be up close and personal with people, I would recommend same thing I recommended to Magicka. I would recommend putting some points into evasion, more than just the mandatory 2. I'm not saying that just as like if you are brawling with someone, like presumably you're in melee combat and evasion is your only line of defense against the other person's really big baseball bat. It is not like you can block the baseball bat with your brawling or melee weapon skill.
You can flavor it as such, as he explained, but you cannot do it like that yourself.
Yeah.
No, actually, I mean, you do make a good point there. Because, like, generally, with the backstory I envisioned for the character, they wouldn't necessarily be, you know, edge running around beating the living shit out of people and straight up killing them. A lot of their combat experience would probably be disagreements in the family that are, right, that's it, we're going to punch the shit out of each other to prove who's right.
That
The
seems
might
perfectly
is
logical to
right
me.
kind of way.
Yeah. So, you know what, yeah, we'll dump the melee weapons there and we'll put those points into evasion, so I now have a 4 in evasion.
Yeah, and that makes it like if you do end up wanting to run up, grapple, throw, punch out someone, you're not likely to die on the crackback.
Yeah. And it also kind of makes more sense, like, in terms of you're having a disagreement and within your own group, you're not immediately going to be whipping out the thermal katana to go shank a bitch. You're going to be, like, maximum is maybe a set of fucking brass knuckles for that one guy who's definitely got it coming. But you only intend to knock them out. You don't intend to be slicing people up.
Yeah.
So
So
what
it
you're
makes,
saying
it
is
makes
you
more
can't
sense from a
get-
character history.
So what you're saying is this is a system that will murk you a lot.
Yes. Fair enough. Actually, you know what? That's a fair point. This is your first time into Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is a very lethal system. Take a look at your hit points for me. How many
Okay,
hit points do you have?
Let me stop looking at the book and start looking at my character sheet. Then I have 40 hit points.
All right. At a guess, what do you think is the average damage roll on a 5d6 weapon?
5d6 weapon, I'd say probably around 20.
All right. That's how much damage an assault rifle does.
You know
If-
what? Fair enough.
Now, admittedly, that is a little bit loaded because ultimately you will have armor of some descript that will absorb damage for you, but that armor will ablate over time and, well, it'll just get weaker over time. And it's like,
Yeah.
Cyberpunk as a system is very prone to having very sudden damage spikes.
Yeah, I mean,
Due to
like,
how critical
if he
hits
was rolling, if he was rolling that against my character on the other game, I'm taking 10 damage, and that's with my armor completely fine. He rolls that against me a second time, I'm taking 11 damage.
Then that's not discounting the fact is like because damage in this game is through a large number of d6s, damage is very variable. That same hit can do anywhere between 5 and 30 asterisk damage. I put an asterisk on the 30 because in actuality it'd be 35. Because anytime you roll 2 or more 6s on a damage roll, it turns into a crit. And it inflicts 5 additional damage as well as some sort of debilitating injury.
Yeah, that's the other fun thing, because you then get a critical injury, which you have no say in the matter.
So I just want to that is why, like, but after we make these characters, I'm going to sit down on my own at some point and make like a bunch of pre-generated characters to seamlessly weave into the narrative should one of you die during the first job.
Because it can happen.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It almost happened to one of our characters on the first day.
It almost happened to you,
It almost happened to me. I lost my arm.
Well,
but it really
I'm
almost
not
happened to
gonna-
Officer Hollow because Officer Hollow stood in a hallway and got shot at 3 times,
Yep.
and that was
Why
rough.
Did he not have the initiative so he couldn't move?
Yeah, basically. We got jumped, and they beat him on initiative, and they just like all shot him down the hallway with assault rifles. He didn't die, but goddamn, he got close.
Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. I am the hungry.
That's fair. But yeah, your skills are sorted out. In which case, Nav, I will direct you to page. Oh no, what page was it? I moved somewhere else and I lost it. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the through the outfit stuff and the just gonna have a look at the cyberware.
Okay.
What's this with 340? All right, that's everything.
Oh, here we go. Do. Okay, yeah, page 104. So for the way your starting equipment will be sorted out, you said you're looking at your fashion and fashion wear first, correct?
Well, I'm in that area. The main thing is looking at like the gear and stuff.
Okay. Because you have two different stipends of money. Uh, your first and primary one is 2,550 eddies to buy weapons, armor, gear, and cyberware. Uh, that's going to be the bulk of your purchases. Anything you do not spend, you keep after character creation. And then after that, you'll get an additional 800 ebbies that you can only spend on fashion or fashion wear. And anything you don't spend here goes away.
Okay, that just saved me a lot.
Well, like I said, for the 2,500, just focus on weapons, armor, and cyberware for first, and you'll get your additional stipend for fashion and fashion.
Okay. I mean, seriously, I just spent the 800 ebbies thinking I was
Oh,
going
fair
to
enough.
have to do that.
Returned. I have shepherd's pie.
So I still have 1,000 then. That's good. I'll buy a jacket.
Magica, the important question, Magica, is did you make it with real shepherd?
Or did you steal it from a shepherd?
Ah.
Thank you for joining me on this, guys, by the way. I'm sorry that this is a slower session than you probably expected, but I hope you're still having fun, just hanging out, shooting the shit.
No, I'm fine. Okay, so.
No, I did not steal the pie from a shepherd.
You sure?
Weak sauce.
While you guys sort out gear, I'm going to BRB real quick. I'm going to go fill up my own water bottle because I'm quite thirsty.
That's a good plan.
What is that thing that you put in your eye, the cyber eye? What's
Sponsored Cyber Eye.
Sponsored cyber eye.
Yeah, and it technically comes with 2 option slots, though one of them is permanently taken up by the sponsored part.
Okay, I'm looking for the cyber part so I can put it in. Because I just think it'll be funny.
Roll a nat 1 on the perception suddenly. Brought to you by Greatest Kibble.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Well, straight up, yes. Like that can be the excuse for a bad perception check, or literally written into the rules is the DM can say, you know how you got you rolled so many sixes. Okay, you rolled so many tens that you actually got 400 for your perception check. Well, it's completely wasted by the massive advert covering your eyesight for, Midnight Lady. Because there happens to be a sale going on. I mean, that's the other thing, is that you can literally be informed of, if the DM decides, you know what, big knocks are on sale for the next 4 hours, dirt cheap, you get them for 10 eddies, right? They can use that as a way to inform the group by saying, right, Carter, your cyber eye is suddenly taken over by an advert. For the next 3 hours, big knocks, 10 eddies a piece at your local cyberware store. Like, the DM can literally just do that.
Where's the cyber decks? Cyber stuff.
You're looking somewhere around page 114.
I'm way off.
Yeah. The next page onto that is Cyber Limbs. I was actually looking through for the sponsored Cyber Eye thing. I can't remember if that might have been one of the DLC things.
It is in the DLC, I know that. But do you need anything specific for it?
Not expressly. If memory serves, it's yes, I think it might have been in Black Crow.
Black Crow, yeah, but so there's nothing, you just put the cyber eye in. You lose an eye and you put one in.
Yeah, and obviously you also have it's treated, if memory serves, as a standard eye replacement. Where the hell are they? Cyber Opera. Yeah, that's what it is. It comes with Chiron added into it, which cannot be removed. So it's yeah, if memory serves, it's a cheaper one. It has a slightly lower humanity cost, but it also has one slot less, because I'm pretty sure it has 2 slots. One of them is automatically filled with Chiron.
I mean, I could eventually get the actual cyber eye, which is 100 ebbies, but
Yeah.
I just thought it'd be fun to do that for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's also a thing where, like, I could decide to spend $100 in the other game and go and have my eye replaced with, like a proper, cyber eye that doesn't have a mandatory, sponsored Chiron in it. I could do that. I'm not going to, but I could. By the way, Magica, there is a where the hell is it? There is a micro video optical implant. Camera in eye records audio and video to memory chip or linked agent. Requires cyber eye and takes 2 option slots. It's $500, but it basically makes you a one-man recording studio.
I lose automatically 7 humanity. Whew. Alright.
Are you rolling that? Because remember, you tend to roll them, not just take the number.
I have returned.
I want a cyber eye.
Just one, or do you want 2?
Just one.
All right, well.
And
cost
it's
100 rupees.
it's a sponsored cyber eye.
Oh, you're going that route. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Where would I put that at? And that's the one thing I'm working on with right now. I want the cyber eye, and I want it on my right side, even though I'm left-handed.
Okay.
So sponsored cyber.
What the? What is that? Hold on a second. I need to sass something.
I already made my character to have a cyber eye. So if you look at my character's picture, she has one cyber eye. So but I wanted to go with the cheap one. I know I lose some humanity. I also gotta know what else I have to lose from it. But I do want the cyber eye.
All right.
And you better use it.
I admittedly, I was planning on sticking to the core rulebook, but for specific gear or requests, I'm perfectly fine going off that side of that.
Oh, this is just so you could have some fun with it.
Yeah,
The
I'm
sponsor
not actually
Cyber Eye.
finding
go ahead.
it under Black Chrome.
Yeah,
I
yes.
thought it was in Black Chrome, but I'm not finding
It is.
it here.
it is in Black Chrome.
It's in Black Chrome. It's on page 23. But so the sponsor Cyber Eye functions as a normal Cyber Eye with 2 option slots for Cyber Eye options, and
Mm-hmm.
comes pre-installed with the Chiron Cyber Eye option as the 3rd slot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it doesn't take up an option slot, but it cannot be removed without destroying the Cyber Eye beyond repair. Okay. Go ahead and mark that on your character sheet. All right, you already have that. And mark off 7 humanity from your character.
Okay.
Alright, there's 2 Black Chrome books.
Is that max humanity or is that temporary?
It will reduce your current humanity by 7 and your max humanity by 2.
By 2. Okay. That's done. Go back to my gear, finish out the cyber eye, and then check and see how much it cost, how much I have.
It costs 50 eggs.
Yeah. Now I gotta add up stuff.
Oh man, Faust could have literally gouged his eyes out and got virtuality installed in his cyber eyes.
Someday. Someday in the near future, even, but not yet.
I mean, they're only premiums.
Yeah, but I haven't had the time to go actually do the transaction.
Yeah. I legitimately would have expected that, considering the potential use. Like, I would have expected that to have been a 500, not a 100.
Oh, for Cyber Eyes?
For the virtuality thing on it.
Oh, for the virtuality option in general?
Yeah.
I mean, virtuality goggles only cost 100 on their own. Yeah, you don't want to charge the Netrunner too much just wanting to operate as their class. They already have to pay for a cyber deck and programs, after all.
There's actually a good question. If because it says like for the virtuality, right, requires 2 cyber eyes and must be paired.
Yeah.
You just pay the $100 for that on both, or do you have to pay 200 because you'd have to get like installed?
You have to pay 200.
Each eye, each
Yep,
one.
you have to pay. You have to install it on both eyes, so it actually costs 200.
Yeah.
It's like a lot.
It's a decent chunk, but it's not. It's less than an assault rifle.
Oh my god, I'm just remembering we never went back and stole it. No, wait, you jacked the guy's cyber snake.
Yeah, it was jacked.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna go back and punch him for being a dick.
Yeah, I already jacked it, and I actually already sold it as well.
Good.
Everyone got a trust 2,000 out of the deal, which is a lot more than I expected.
Ammo itself is a separate buy, right?
One more time.
Ammo for like a gun.
Yep. You buy ammo in increments of 10, and 10 bullets cost 10 ebbies, unless it's specialty ammunition.
Yeah, generic ammo is effectively a $1 per bullet.
Useful to know. I shall deal with the ammunition once I'm done figuring out the rest of my gear.
Right, Neuralink or interface plugs are effectively interchangeable for their functionality, isn't it?
No, you need an Neuralink in order to install interface plugs.
Number of required for a melee weapon varies by type.
One more time.
Number of hands required for your melee weapon varies by type.
Yeah, so light, medium, and heavy melee weapons will typically be one-handed. Very heavy melee weapons will usually be two-handed, but not necessarily always. But usually will be two-handed. If you wanted to buy a one-handed, very heavy melee weapon,
Those are expensive. I will get a regular heavy melee weapon.
between you and me, they're also probably better than very heavy weapons, very heavy melee weapons, because you can attack twice per round with them instead of once.
What would a tire iron qualify as?
Depends on how big the tire iron is.
He's not wrong.
A tire iron for a regular ground car is going to be different than a tire iron for, like, I guess you wouldn't have a tire iron for a semi, but
No, probably not. I mean, I don't know. I don't drive a semi, or at all for that matter.
I don't know much about cars. Like, I would imagine tire irons come in different sizes.
Well, let's Google it.
Fuck if I know,
Largest
though.
tire iron.
But the stereotypical one, where it's like that, like, cross pattern thing, I would probably wager that as, like, probably a medium heavy weapon, a medium melee weapon. It's bigger than a knife. It's smaller than a baseball bat.
I found one that's roughly the size of a baseball bat. It's for heavy-duty trucks.
Is our Kibble Life put in with it, or do we have to pay for that too?
So let me fast forward a little bit real quick. I am pretty sure your first month of rent and lifestyle are both pre-covered because you are new characters, and the game isn't that mean. I shall check in a moment.
Or maybe I'll do it with a lead pipe. Oh wait, there's also sword and spiked bat.
If at character generation, if you aren't an exec, you'll start off living in a rented cargo container. In your case, you'll live in a compartment conapt, either in the overcrowded suburbs of the city or in the combat zone.
Right.
So we'll get to that point when we get to that point. But everyone's probably going to live in different parts of the city, and that's perfectly fine. You, Carsa, will be living in the executive zone in a corporate conapt. However, you do all start off with the Kibble lifestyle, but you don't have to pay for it.
That's good.
That's good news. What's the bad news?
On the other hand, if you're a exec, you'll start off living in the corporate conapt in the corporate zone and living a comfortable, good pre-pack lifestyle, which is already paid for this month. So Carsa also just has better food than the rest of you.
So then I have $380 ebbies left after all of this then.
I have so far only spent 200 trying to figure out my inventory. I presume armor would definitely be a good thing to have.
Yes. It's also not that expensive, so there's really no excuse to not have armor.
Apart from, I just don't give a shit.
I mean, if you don't care about your character, it's your words, not mine.
Right.
The suicidal journalist strikes again.
You say that like it's the strangest thing I've ever done.
Is that suitcase the one that special suitcase? Is that a possibility as well?
That's also from Black Chrome. If you would like it, however, you may add it to your sheet.
All right, then I will do that instead of the light jacket business, and I'll do the suitcase.
The Sex System Street Case.
It's called the what?
The Street Case by Six Sex Systems. Especially part of the Executire line, the Street Case by Sex Systems has everything you need to survive in the corporate ladder. With ample room inside for your important papers, a laptop computer, a holster for your heavy pistol, a removable kit vault, and a smoke screen which activates at the touch of a button. And yes, like all products in the Executire line, it floats.
Yay! It floats.
A specially designed holster located on the outside of the street case can store an easily accessible heavy pistol. Drawing the heavy pistol from the street case does not take an action. Inside the street case, there is just enough space for a laptop computer, a kit vault, see page 44 included with the purchase, and a single smoke grenade, one included with purchase.
Perfect.
As an action, while holding the handle of the suitcase, the user can detonate the smoke grenade at their position, which causes the grenade to drop to the ground below through the hatch instead of a typical heavy pistol, a modifier times 10. Yeah, included. Well, you're not getting a mod 10x, I assume, so that doesn't matter. So yeah, you get the suitcase, you get a chip vault, you get a smoke grenade. You'll have to buy the heavy pistol separately.
Okay, cool. That's exactly what I was
I should
hoping.
get myself a light armor jack. Is SP where I put the damage reduction?
Yep.
So it is in fact like Soak from...
Yes.
Wowen.
Yep.
So if you just roll really, really crap on the damage, I could take no damage.
Correct. Happened to me last session, actually. Someone tried to stab me and rolled 2 1s on their damage roll, and I was like, huh. So you hit, but you actually missed.
You hit the one plate of metal that happens to be sewn into my gear.
One piece of metal. Faust has a lot of pieces of metal sewn to his gear, actually.
Doesn't he effectively have a bulletproof suit?
Yes. He also has a bulletproof jacket. I have 3 sets of armor. Don't worry about it.
You
Yeah,
happen
this
to
guy
shoot-
with his
you
3
happen
sets of
to-
armor.
You know what? I happen to have a tumor. You just happen to stab me with a hole that's...
No, it just
Same
literally
size
means that
as
you stabbed me, but it didn't go through my armor because my armor's better than your knife socket. For this moment.
But yeah, generally speaking, I would... If you have the money, it's not necessary, obviously, but it's like multiple sets of armor, not necessarily a bad idea. In case you get fucked up in one fight, you can go change armor before you necessarily have a chance to repair it.
I have 2.
And these told me that I should look into getting a recording eye.
No, I didn't
Oh.
say you should look into getting it. I said it's a thing if you're interested.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the cybertech, so I will have to read up on that. Probably outside of stream.
Fair enough. I would recommend, based on the fact that you are a videographer's media, I would recommend having some form of recording device other than your agent. Speaking of, you should probably all have an agent that is 100 IBs.
I got it.
Cool.
What's an agent?
Cell phone.
Your phone.
Oh,
Do I need a
super cell phone, even.
Neuralink for my
For
anything? Do I have to have a Neuralink for those at CyberEye?
not for the cyber eye, no. But if you might have other things that would require Neuralink. That's like let me look real quick, I suppose. What's that word?
150 left, unless you get the cell phone free.
Just the sponsored CyberEye so far.
So yeah, you don't need a Neuralink for that.
Okay.
When it comes to the humanity loss, is it the number outside is what we take and we take off the maximum?
So humanity lost at character creation works differently than humanity lost post character creation. You'll notice every piece of cyberware has AL colon some number of D6 followed by a number in parentheses, correct?
I mean, I'm looking at the Neuralink here, and it says 7, and then in brackets 2d6.
Okay, so yeah. Binding at character creation will cause you to lose 7 humanity to your current humanity and 2 to your current humanity. If you were to get it post character creation, you'll roll 2d6 and lose the rolled number. But during character creation, everything's assumed to be rolled average.
Alright, so it's 7 I would lose for that.
Yes. Additionally, every piece of cyberware and cyber option you have installed reduces your maximum humanity by 2, or 4 if it's considered boardware.
Okay, then I have no I have no empathy.
You're at 0?
But tells me I have. Oh no, actually, if each one removes 2, then
Alexa,
I have
stop.
-2.
Alexa, stop.
Not empathy. Your humanity. So you have 40 humanity because you have empathy 4. If you solve the Neuralink, your maximum humanity becomes 38, and your current humanity would become 33. And your empathy would be 3 because the first digit of 33 is 3. I can organize my bed, I suppose. Do some multitasking.
So Neuralink and the aerospace plugs are also under Neuralink.
So I guess I believe in you. We're coming to the home stretch now.
yeah. Like I said, I'll look into the cyber stuff off stream. This stuff seems kind of complicated, and I
It's
don't
not-
know where it is.
Not complicated.
It's not too bad. I mean, what are your questions?
Well,
Do you
first
want
off, what page is it on?
cyberware is on page 110.
I have to scroll all the way back up.
Well, you just enter 110 in like the page finder.
Would you like to try to figure out if I have the right amount on each of these
What's up?
for the cost? I mean, I think I've done it.
Sure.
And then my total cost at the end is 280.
So Alright, so we have light armor jack, head and body armor. That's 200 eddies.
Mm-hmm.
Plus Kevlar body for 50. Plus
Mm-hmm.
a very heavy pistol for 100.
Mm-hmm.
Plus a heavy pistol for 100. Very heavy pistol ammo 50 and heavy ammo pistol 50, so that's 100 total. We have combat knife 50, sleeping bag for 20, personal agent for 100, one memory chip for 10.
Yeah.
It's not memory chip as singular. Delete that S real quick. For 730, a tech tool for 100, an anti-smog breathing mask 20, carry all 20, a left 50. Radio communicator times 4.
That's what
Those
it's.
are 100 per.
Well, I just want one.
Oh yeah, go ahead and get the one. So that is 100.
Actually, I'll get two. One for somebody else I'm going to keep. So we'll go with
All right.
200.
So that's 200. Bringing us up to 1, 2. A scrambler / de-scrambler, 500.
Now that the business wear and the urban flash, you said that was the 800. That was.
Well, you get a business wear suit for free from your roll ability.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. It's
Well, that just that will remove that then.
teamwork. Exec roll ability. Just like a real corporate executive, the exec builds a team whose members help them accomplish their goals, whether legal or not, morale permitting. The exec roll ability is teamwork. At teamwork rank 1, as a gift, the exec is given a suit comprised of a business wear jacket, top, bottom, and footwear that identify them as a member of the business elite. The exec cannot resell these without raising suspicion, and this is your signing bonus. So you get your business wear outfit for free. Welcome to being a corporate slave. I mean, a corporate worker.
Corporate slave is about right. All right, so then I'm going to put it in the rest of it into Urban Flash, so it stays the same. It's
Okay.
just.
So, no, what were you saying is the recording eye again?
Yes. If you look under optics, you will find it. It's like video eye or something.
Next up, we have handguns for 50. You kinky animal.
Mhm.
That's sex.
What was that?
That is sex system, not sex systems. Come on now. Let me go ahead and fix that for you. Move that. Fair enough.
Is that sec as in SEC?
I thought you said sex!
I mean, to be fair, it legitimately a few times sounded like you said sex systems as opposed to sex systems.
Agreed.
Definitely. Okay.
That caught me off guard. Anyway, that cost 500.
Well, you see, the thing is, she bought one. She bought one that's actually a knockoff.
It's a sponsored Cyber Eye.
No, that was the briefcase.
Oh.
Because remember, when you're down on Jug Street, you need to be able to stay afloat with your floating briefcase, and make a quick getaway by dropping a smoke bomb before the hookers get you.
What you need is the homing briefcase.
I literally made that joke in the other game about I would get a briefcase if it had a homing option, and then we posted gifs of the homing briefcase.
Yes, I remember this.
You didn't post a clip that I made? How could you?
Alright.
Because at the time we were just looking up gifs in Discord.
So I lose 7 humanity for 1 cyber eye.
Yeah.
7, not 7.
I said 7.
I heard 70, and I was like, that sounds extreme.
I ripped out both my eyes. I am no longer human. I am Cyclops.
Damn, we're really
I mean,
falling
to be
into
fair,
the.
there is a thing for that.
We're starting to get under.
But Karsa, in terms of your starting equipment, you have 330 cash remaining, not 280. You start with
Okay.
2,550 eddies.
Oh, okay. All right, so 330. Yay!
And then you got your 800 budget that you can get not just clothing, but also fashion wear. Wear being WARE, like fashion-oriented cybernetics.
So I can get
Things
more,
like-
or
Question,
I can just get my urban flesh.
do we get the agent, aka the cell phone, for free?
No.
Okay, so I am now down to 2,050 EB.
Or do I get my urban flash and my business wear, or do I have to pay for my urban flash?
Your urban flash comes out of your 800 EBI stipend.
Right.
Let me pull up what page outfits are on, and notably, it doesn't have to all be urban flash. You can pick and choose for individual items. So basically, just like craft whatever outfit you want, and just describe it as you see fit. I'm not going to be too much of a stickler on like clothing items until we get into the situation where you're trying to sell your clothes for money, and not necessarily in the sexy way.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, hey, if you want to be a joy toy as a hustle, I'm not going to stop you.
Oh.
That's what they call them.
Hey, someone's getting beat with a newspaper next time they come over.
Why?
Why?
She's the one that said it.
I said it.
I'm trying
It's
to
her
be funny.
idea.
Yeah.
If anything, Cervantes didn't hit her with the newspaper.
I mean, to be fair, in that world, a lot of people do opt for it for a little bit of extra spending cash.
Beating people
Exactly.
with a newspaper?
Why do you think Big Pharma has a contraceptive implant? I'm not even joking.
How much is the contraceptive implant? I should add it.
$30. It's like
It's
30
very
bucks,
cheap.
and if
Okay.
memory serves, it doesn't even have a humanity cost.
It costs 10 EBIs and costs no humanity.
All right, I'm going to get that as well.
Which is right. It's really funny that Faust doesn't have one.
And you were
Yeah,
saying...
fuck it, they have it.
So question, if I get the micro video thing, which is records video and audio to memory chip or linked agent, do I take the 2 humanity loss from that? And do I add that underneath the eye, or do I add that in the notes?
Repeat that one more time.
Okay, so do I take the 2 humanity loss from taking the micro video thing under the optics, and do I put that as another part of the eye thing, or do I put that in the notes for the cyber eye?
Okay, so oh, I see. No, you'll add a new field underneath your right cyber eye to add the options onto it. So it'll be like this. Pardon me as I edit your sheet for you, but it'd be formatted like this.
Okay.
Because you can remove and reinstall different options onto your cyber eye. It is not inexorably connected to the cyber eye, in case you ever want to customize it. As well as each piece of cyberware has its own rules text to go into the data section.
Fair enough.
As for your humanity loss, so the cyber eye costs 7 humanity, correct?
Yes.
So let's go over to your character tab.
I
So
already took
for
off the
that-
7 humanity.
Yeah, so your humanity go from 60 to 53 for your current humanity, as well as your maximum humanity gets reduced by 2 for each implant you have.
Okay.
So your maximum humanity is now 58.
Could you theoretically end up with 0 humanity by the time you started a game?
Yes, very easily actually. But you would just be making a Cyber Psycho NPC for me. I would appreciate it. Like I won't turn them down, but like you don't get to play it. I get to play it at that point.
You know,
I was like, wow, this is a really detailed backstory and life path for like a random cyber psycho. Thank you, Magica.
Exactly. Like the rules actually do specify you hit 0 humanity, you lose your character, it immediately goes under control of the GM.
Fair enough.
And then for the micro recorder, what page is the micro recorder on?
113.
Yeah, it's in the group for.
It's
Cyber
micro
Eye.
video.
Micro video. Okay, that's why it wasn't coming up on my control F.
Yep.
This is.
It takes 2 option slots.
Okay. So we will go into the cyberware option. Takes up 2 option slots, which is the most important thing on that.
Yeah.
The camera and eye records video and audio to connected or check. I'd probably recommend your agent, generally speaking. But so that will cost you 500 EBs, and will cost you 2.
Yeah, I've
both
done
current
the math
and
on that.
max. So 53
So
goes down to 51, 58 goes down to 56.
Thank you. I'm doing pretty good on the humanity so far. How much is a Neuralink?
A Neuralink costs 500 EBs, and I believe costs 7 humanity. Yeah, it costs 7.
I decided to also get a cell phone Pro-Way.
Fair enough. It is hard to complain about having burner phones. Faust has 5 of them.
Yep. Just in case.
I just asked that true. I think he has 2. Well, we do have burner phones. They're useful.
Is that everything?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, so I'm done.
Done with an asterisk. We have some post.
What have I
things
missed?
to talk about.
Okay, sure.
First off, let me start marking on this map real quick. It's been up all session. I haven't looked at it a single time.
I've been curious as to why you haven't had it moved. So, yeah. Okay.
Oh, do you guys not see the map?
Oh, yes, they can.
Oh, okay, cool.
They can see the map. I have had the map up the whole time.
How does other? It's happening across shapes. How does all good shapes? There we go.
I'm in the executive zone. Where's the executive zone?
Far east.
Oh, yeah. Way over there.
Where's the full item listings?
I got it. I see it. So I'm over there.
Yep. One more time, Nav?
I'm trying to figure out where the actual full item listings are. Because I'm noticing there's a bunch of stuff that's missing in the core rulebook.
What do you mean missing from the core rulebook? Like, what are you looking for in particular? If you happen to know.
I was gonna look up the shower in the cannon.
Shower in the can.
That would be from another supplement.
Oh, right, okay.
I think it's also in Black Rum, actually.
I think it is too, and I think it's like 20 ebbies.
The SIC, shower in a can from Biotech. 10 ebbies per.
10 ebbies.
Stuck in a stakeout, trapped in the transport, lost in the long-term engagement. Just because you can't shower doesn't mean you should smell like it. The original SIC will disinfect and deodorize in 2 easy steps. Just spray on the foam, wipe it off, and you're ready to go.
Yep,
Now
gotta add
available in
that.
Classic Clean and Fresh Pine. 1 use per can.
Feels like a bit of a waste, but alright.
It's not.
You shut your whore mouth.
You have no idea how often we've used it.
It's
You
really
do
funny.
not
It's like
know.
I bought a 6-pack on my other character, and I've gone through 3 of them so far. None of them for their intended purpose.
Yeah, we've used them for quite a few things.
Exactly.
You've used it for more than just.
They are useful.
I mean, honestly, I'm going through this in terms of thinking like, what kind of stuff am I liable to be traveling with?
Okay, hold on, guys.
I mean, I am gonna have to bounce soon because I do have a doctor's appointment this evening.
That's fair. I'll probably catch up with you another time between now and next week then.
I will have plenty of time starting midway through the week.
So like Wednesday, Thursday, or
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then onward.
Okay.
Because next week I'm using vacation hours.
But yeah, my other character Faust used an SIC to clean up his apartment when we were looting cyberware from a dead body. Basically wiped down the blood before the cops showed up.
I used it once as a fire extinguisher.
Oh yeah, same actually. When the fucking laptop caught on fire when I was net running on it. Well, net running on the same architecture bills hooked up to. Stupid AI tried to light itself on fire. I was like, hey, stop that.
Yeah. So those are the 3 times we've used it so far.
Okay, so they are in fact useful. Good to know.
Extremely useful.
So...
Maybe not for the intent, and maybe not for what we want them to be used for, but yeah.
Everything is useful, gated by how creative you are and how well you can pitch it to me.
You know what? Fair enough.
I would like to think I will generally be pretty receptive to thinking outside the box.
Basically, if it's both funny and it could be pulled off, odds are good we could do it.
My general thought process is like, I know I don't watch movies very often, but I consider Cyberpunk to basically just be like a running action movie, and I will very much employ action movie logic when making my decisions and calls.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at that whole thing with our characters being basically action movie heroes jumping out of a dropping elevator, whilst also saving the NPCs, like absolute heroes.
Yeah.
Well, badasses. We aren't heroes. We kill people for money.
Hey, we can murder people heroically.
We kind of do, sort of.
Yeah.
You can murder people heroically as you karate / judo kick them through a wall.
No, as you judo chop them through a wall.
Like he did the other day.
And you karate kick them out a window?
My character doesn't know karate.
I've done that already too.
Yeah, I mean, the immediate joke being the fact that judo is a grappling art.
spouse
Well, it
doesn't know
doesn't have
judo
chops.
or karate, thank you very much. He knows taekwondo.
Ooh, fancy.
Well,
So,
my,
And it has-
my martial arts skill is I will Slav crouch at you.
Mine is I'll just shoot you in the face.
Ah, you know bullet fu.
I know that, and I also know Wolvers Society.
Stab.
Stabby stab.
You cast gun.
All right.
Yeah, well,
but,
in our case, yeah, she can cast gun or she can cast shank a bitch.
And I've done very well with that. Thank you.
but Magica, before you go, do me a favor. Mark down how much money you have spent total. Subtract that from the 2550 and put the difference into your cash tab on the character sheet.
I know how much I have left.
I would like you to put it on the character sheet so that I also know the next time we come back and revisit this.
Alright, fair enough. Where do you want me to put that in the character sheet? What are you saying?
Character tab, bottom right.
I'm right. Alright. Like, I have a little time, just not much.
That's fine. And how are you doing on gear, Nav?
I'm currently making up a list here. I'm going to actually add some of them in. Especially on the fact that you mentioned that the 800 can be used towards fashion wear.
800 EVs just to build your character aesthetic.
You get
Yeah.
800.
Oh,
points
that's
of
what I
Which is
still
fun.
need to work on.
Which is fun, considering nomad stuff ain't exactly expensive.
Yeah, true.
So you gotta have a lot.
Yeah, which actually reminds me there. I gotta find the thing. So let's see. What's clothing actually under?
It's under
Let's
outfits.
see. Let's type in the word outfits.
Also, when I was looking at the conscious of an implant earlier, I was going to make a joke and I forgot, but then I remembered again, so I tabbed over to that character, that PDF again. I love the fact that you named your cyber pussy Midnight because the female sexual implant is called the Midnight Lady.
I didn't even think about that.
No, it's canon now.
It made me giggle because I'm the mind of a fucking 12-year-old.
Oh man. There it is. Okay.
But yeah, clothes are generally speaking pretty damn cheap.
$100, 200, 3.
No, the business wear is not.
Well, arguably it's the freest one because you got it literally for free.
Yeah. But it would have cost
I
me
would actually argue it is
500.
quite cheap.
It would have
All
cost
it
me.
cost you was your soul.
Yeah, it cost me my soul. It cost me my soul. Yeah.
Now, here's the other question. If you end up spending money on that, you can put in money from the other set into it, can't you?
You can spend your budget of money from the 2,550 on additional fashion wear and clothing. You cannot spend the 800 the other way around.
Yeah. Because I'm actually liking the thing that it came up here with on page 105 at the top. Just like the full outfit, throwing in mirror shades and EMP threading for no apparent reason. And of course that comes to 380, although if I'm able to, well, because I can, use this to cover fashion wear, it means my fashion wear / cybernetics don't come to $1,500. Well, they do, but the 1,500 isn't out of the 25. So essentially I'd be spending 600 on that.
Okay.
Is that correct? No, I'd be spending like 8.
I am going to
That
cut
is-
forward ever so slightly though, because I want to make sure I get this in before Magicka has to leave.
Okay.
So, fast forward to the alternate reality where it's only 3 o'clock. We all finished our characters and we're all about to hop off.
Gotcha.
That, however, gets interrupted as I say, but there's another thing to address. See, I'm not just running you guys after character creation. I am assuming each of you have already performed a job, and the specifics of that job is going to be part of your character intro. That I would like you to have some idea on what kind of job it is that your character signed up for, how did it go, and well, yeah, that's basically it. As part of this, you're all going to get a few more perks from that job. Could I get all of you to roll 1d4 minus 1?
1d4 minus 1.
Yeah, so you'll get a number between 0 and 3.
I got a 1.
I got a 3.
Oh, we got a straight. Hell yeah. So, Trinity Hex, do me a favor and go to your character tab, scroll down to Reputation, and enter a 3 as your reputation.
Wow.
Loki, enter a 2. Magicka, enter a 1.
Makes sense. I am a journalist.
Okay, so where is this at?
Yeah, where is
Uh,
reputation?
Character
sheet at the
tab,
bottom.
center, bottom.
Reputation.
Nice. Okay. Reputation 3. Nice.
I mean, you are an exec, so it makes sense.
Well,
Additionally, because I'm assuming you all at least completed your job, or if you didn't complete it, you're able to loot enough to cover your losses. All of you gain an additional 1,000 EBBs to spend as you see fit.
Damn it.
nice. Nice.
That-
Now, do we have to stick with the core rule book, or can we use the extra things too?
Well, you never had to stick to the core rulebook. It's just that I am only using the core rulebook at base. If there's another item from another book that you want, just let me know, and I will most likely approve it. I can't imagine as much I would deny access to,
Oh.
so just shoot it by me, essentially.
Okay, so I ended
and-
up right back with the starting value.
And lastly, onto your character. Onto your character tab again. In the bottom left, you'll see improvement points. You all start the game with 60 improvement points.
60. All right.
Standard what you get for completing the job.
Okay.
Okay.
That's great because you can put those onto your skills.
Yes. So Nav and Carsa already know how to spend improvement points, so I will sit down with Magicka real quick.
Okay.
Magicka, go to your core
Yes.
rulebook and open up page 411.
411.
Yes. There's a section called Spending Improvement Points, and you'll see 3. I don't want to call them tables because I only have 1 row, but I suppose that is still technically a table.
Spending improvement points. A player can spend their earned improvement points to better a character, to raise a skill or roll ability. They must spend a number of improvement points based on the skill or ability's next level / rank.
Yes. So, for example, with your 60 improvement points, you could take a skill from rank 0 to rank 2 by spending 20 points and then 40 points. You could take a skill from rank 2 to rank 3 by spending 60 points. You could pick up a new roll ability at rank 1.
Ooh, that's
Fair
actually
enough.
kind of cool. Roll ability at rank 1. 5 would be for an exec is what do you get?
500.
No, what do you get for 5 though? No, rank 5.
A rank 5, 300. That's a lot in the points. I shall
Yeah.
have to deal with this. I shall have to deal with this sometime later this week.
I think I'll
That's
just
fine.
think
I
I'll
just wanted to get that out there so that no one forgets. Everyone writes it down, and we don't have to go over it next session. Because
So I'm going to assume that the character sheets that you guys are using in your other game are looking like the ones over here in the book.
yes,
Yeah.
This looks like it'd be a bitch to keep track of.
it's very cluttered.
Well,
Yes.
luckily enough, we do have this massive boost, which is called currently Rock, who keeps a very good log of things.
Sure. I do my best.
Yeah.
well, on my skills, I am going to take one rank in the following three: personal grooming, streetwise, and trading. So I at least have a rank in them.
Oh, so one rank in 3 different skills. Got it.
Yes.
All right, that's 20 times 3. That equals 60.
Good to have points in stuff.
I think it'd be a nice way to just kind of like round out people's characters, give you an idea for what progression might be like if we do continue this for going forwards.
Because we do plan on using this for like downtime and stuff. So it's not
And,
going to be just this one time.
Yeah, and it's like, while backstories for like what your characters were before their edge runners are important, I think having some agency on describing your character's first job is interesting. I think most people would appreciate that. If you struggle for ideas, I can come up with something for you, but I at least want to give people the option to be like, what kind of edge runner are you? What kind of reputation did you garner from your job? Things of that nature.
Oh, that I'm very good at tech.
Um,
Very good at getting into things that I shouldn't get into.
and because Magica will be leaving us shortly, I will end you. I'll send you off with this a bullet point list of things I expect each player to be able to provide on session 1 proper next week.
Okay.
Your name,
Okay.
your role or roles, your physical appearance, a synopsis of your first job, and a description of your living quarters.
Okay.
Does
Name.
that all sound fair? I'm sorry to give homework on session 0, but I promise
Name.
it'll be the only time.
Roles.
I'll just copy paste into the Opus chat.
Yeah. Thanks. So I don't have to type it. Yes. I got my name. Pretty much know how I got my name too. Now that the hexes have definitely happened. The hexes from my exes.
Honestly, your theme song is going to be that all my exes live in Texas. You know what? You should actually just have that you were originally from Texas and
Instead of Japan. Instead of Japan.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is, right? You could easily be Japanese,
Uh-huh.
but born in Night City.
Yeah.
I've come to Night City.
But was in Texas. Well, was.
No, I mean, there's also your exes could all have moved to Texas afterwards.
For that reason.
Yeah, you could be like, literally, I'm not going to Texas, and that's the reason why they're exes. They were all moving to Texas for jobs at, Lone Star or whatever.
Oh, my ex
There's
is
not a
live in
house in here.
Texas.
Yeah, yeah. And then your luck is rolled every time you walk into a bar for if that song is playing.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of one last thing regarding housekeeping, real quick, on the topic of each of your living quarters,
Uh-huh.
Trinity, yours is already taken care of. You'll be living in the executive zone in the corporate connat.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to be able to describe the interior of your apartment to me. Everyone else, you have to pick a district in which you want to live in. So on the map, you'll see it's broken down into different zones, such as South Night City, the University District, Haywood, Santo Domingo, Rancho Coronado, etc. Because you all live in cargo containers, you must pick a yellow or red zone to live within.
Unless you pay for it.
Based on where you pick to live, I will describe the exterior of your apartment as I come to your intro scene. You will meet with an NPC who will come to your homes, and you will describe what the interior of your apartment is like, or cargo container is like, to the audience as part of each individual character's intro scene. Because to peel back the curtain a little bit, the first part of the session is going to be a series of short one-on-one scenes where the fixer comes to meet each of you and give you a meeting point. So with which we'll have our first group congregation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect.
Sense enough to me.
And I don't have to figure out where $1,000 comes from paying my rent.
This
Rent
turn.
for the first month is free, and we're starting on the first of the month. So
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to work all that shit out like I literally just had to do last week.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Not last week, the week before.
yeah, my favorite thing about Cyberpunk is always the first few scenes right after everyone pays rent. We've had NPCs stealing people's clothing. We were looting the homeless.
Yes.
It's great. People are always like, "Oh yeah, rent does suck. Money is tight now."
Because you go from having 5,000 to 3.
Not 3,000. 3.
3.
Yeah, exactly. You literally cannot even afford to buy a Nutri-Stick.
Yeah.
Which is
so
literally...
this is why everybody is on kibble.
Yeah.
Everybody ends up on kibble, yes.
If you are at the point where you do not have enough money to buy a day's worth of kibble, welcome to the first of the month.
You used to buy weeks worth of kibble. No, you don't.
In terms of what Night City is like, thankfully, Karsa and Nav already have a pretty good idea. Next time I sit down with you and we do gear, we can also talk about the setting a little bit, Magica, and I can get you caught up on what the different districts are like. Although a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory based on the name. Old Japantown is about what you'd expect it to be. Little China, about what you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, it's not much different than the areas we already know in real life.
Fair enough.
Except you live in a cargo box.
And I suppose I can go through what the different colors mean on the map, because you will notice that this map is very color-coded.
It is.
You have a legend on the left. We'll describe what each color means. So starting from the outside coming to the endwards, or starting from the bottom going our way up. The reclaimed perimeter is basically outside of city limits. This is mostly desert wasteland, and it's colloquially referred to as the Badlands. This is where Mad Max happens.
Yeah, you step out there, you basically entered Australia.
Notably, this is probably where Bob Vogie spends a lot of his time, because nomads tend to work as transporters and runners, ferrying goods and people between city limits, because the reclaimed perimeter is very dangerous. Bandits run amok, committing the equivalent of highway banditry, essentially.
Yeah,
Next
they're
up,
literally highway robbers.
yeah.
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 Next up, we have the Black Zone. The Black Zone is arguably, not even arguably, is just even
Be right
worse.
back.
This is where the nuclear bomb went off during the Fourth Corporate War.
Eek.
Yeah, we mean nuclear.
Yeah, radiation levels are still too high to safely live here, but some psychopaths call it their home. Notably, this is where the hangout of the Maelstrom gang is. I think it's called Totem Tots.
I think so.
But essentially, in the hot zone, you'll find no police. You'll find mostly just cyber psychos, gangers, and people really desperate to find a place to live. Next up on the danger zone are the combat zones. One of the options of places you can live in the combat zone, most of them are run by gangs, and with very frequent turf wars. Violence is very commonplace here because there are no cops in the combat zone for the most part. Sometimes task forces will be sent to the combat zones to deal with particularly dangerous situations, especially near the borders of the combat zone. But you won't find any like cop cars doing patrols in this area.
Essentially, we've got Mad Max outside the city, and the red areas are Mega City 1.
In the next type of zone, we have the overpacked suburbs. This is where Night City starts becoming some semblance of safe. You do at least have cops in these areas, but they are the hierarchy of your day-to-day life, or the day-to-day life for many people is still dependent on what gang claims the territory that they live in, or their turf, as it were. Because one thing to know about the Night City is like the cops aren't really on your side. Corruption is abound. Gangs and cops are oftentimes, gangs are oftentimes paying off cops, things of this nature. General back alley shit is going on. But that said, you probably don't have to worry about someone stabbing you in the street. Robbery and thievery is still pretty commonplace, but overall, your life will probably be intact for the most part.
Ooh,
And then,
probably.
I mean, it's Night City, man. Shit happens.
You just walk off the sidewalk, and the one guy with a tank suddenly runs over you.
There's a nightly lottery called the body bag lottery, or something to that effect. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like essentially that you can gamble on how many dead bodies are found in any given district, and if you're right, you get a payout.
Yeah, didn't you actually get a payout on that?
Fuck no. No.
I could have sworn first got a payout on the body bag lottery.
But Night City's dangerous, and I mean, hey, that's part of the appeal, right? You don't want a boring life.
Nah, boring lives are for squares. I really need to play the Cyberpunk game.
Well, you are, goofball.
No, I mean the video game.
He's referring to 77.
Oh, okay.
I mean, keeping in mind, this is not the same world as 77.
It isn't.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
There's some
There are
changes.
some things that crosses over.
Next up, we got the rebuilding urban zones. Unfortunately, these are like the nice parts of town that you can't afford to live in yet. Quite tragic. Notably, Jared's character actually does live in the Glen, but that is due to the circumstances of Wildfire's first job. She didn't actually get a payout. She just got a free month of rent at a studio apartment.
And then the very self-explanatory executive zone.
Yeah, this is where all the corp people live. Well, not all the corp people. Some corp people can move out if they want to, but most tend to favor the executive zone.
So this is where all the rich folk, the people who work their way up through the ladder somehow, all live.
Yes,
I'll
it
work
is
the way up the
by
ladder.
far the safest area in the executive zone, as long as you're supposed to be there.
All
If you're not supposed to
trespassers
be
will
there,
shot.
it's probably the most dangerous part of the city. If you're not
All
supposed to be
trespa-
there.
All trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
I suppose in that sense, though, Akarsa, if you want to live in a different district, you are free to do so.
Not really. I like that place.
Okay.
That's a nice place.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
You corporate sellout.
I am a corporate sellout.
You know, I was actually going to say that it'd be kind of funny. You're in the corp zone with your high-rise apartment and stuff, and then we end up finding out that Magica literally lives 20 meters away from you in New Westbrook, and all that separates you is like
It's a really big wall.
it's a big, yeah, you've got a Trump wall that's like patrolled by corporate security.
I mean, my family is a crime family. So you never know.
But yeah, so
But
at some
yeah,
point,
I gotta
just show me
bounce.
what district each of you want to live in, and then I'll describe the exterior and you can work on your interiors. As always, thank you for hanging out with me. I will follow up with each of you throughout the week to make sure everything's
Yay!
going all right with the characters.
Thanks so much for doing this for us.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, I gotta bounce. I gotta get to my doctor.
Maygrim, thank you for the raid. Just as we
You'll
were
be
about
helpful.
to shut down.
I love last second raids. They're always funny.
Doing good. We are we are actually creating for the first time Style Over Substance Cyberpunk Red Tabletop game. And next week we will be starting it up. Well, it's been going for a while.
Yeah, we're 2 hours after our normal ending time. But that's
Yeah.
fine. I knew going into it that character creation would take a long time, especially since it's Magica's first time playing the system.
Either
And
way,
I had some other things to add to the character creation process, which is already very long.
let's give a
Including home.
shout out to our friend.
But I gotta bounce. Chatting you guys later.
Take
Yeah,
care.
stop saying goodbye. Just go.
Yeah, go on, bugger off.
Getting
Don't
stuck
be
in
late
the
to your
Midwestern
doctor
goodbye.
appointment.
Stay here. Go
I mean-
away.
I'm not gonna bounce just yet. I'm gonna, Yeah, I know that feeling. Having deaths after deaths after death.
It counted.
Yay, it counted for you. Congrats. Alright, so yeah, we are currently going to be playing for the next until June. Off and on. Cyberpunk Red, which is actually a tabletop system. Using my friend here. That's you know him as Ignis. He is going to be running the game for us. And hopefully we don't die in the first attack.
Oh, come on. You won't die to the first attack.
I
You
don't
never
know.
imagined you would die from full health. You'll die in the second attack at worst.
Okay. Oh, sure. Right.
Yeah, that's all right. I will drive the horse.
Like the first one you did. You almost did,
I'm sure you'll all
actually.
be fine. At least for the first job. If I play a second job, the difficulty might ramp up a little bit. But this is meant to be more of an intro to the system.
Right. So
And,
what we've been doing, guys, is we've been actually playing a lot of tabletop games because of my real life situation that's been going on that is almost over. Almost over. we have been playing games that are outside of Godbound. Godbound is the game that we've been playing. Yes, it's almost over. And we get back to normal, okay? Back to normal, Major. But before then, we're going to be having people playing, we have a game called Cyberpunk Red, uh, Style Over Substance. Then we got my charity event, which is happening on the 19th of May, which is actually my birthday. Hint, hint. We're going to be doing a charity event that day. And it's going to be called The Last Dying Hope of Kyleville. So that will be interesting. Then we also, what was what is Jared?
What Dead Knight wants to pick up?
Yeah, what is Dead Knight
So-
playing?
So once I finish up my Cyberpunk game, which after this week should only run for 2 to 3 sessions at most, Cormac, as his character name in Godbound is, his screen name is Dead Knight, will be picking up a short, I believe also 2 to 3 session long short story following Legend of the Five Rings,
That's
which I would describe as like a wuxia samurai tabletop game.
yeah.
I'm familiar with like, the wuxia genre.
Yeah, I actually am very familiar with this. I had played it long before I ever met you.
Well,
I
you
played
the older
I played the oldest edition.
yeah, the newest edition is, to my understanding, only a couple years old.
Yes, and I have not played that one. But my regular schedule return to the near future. Yes, so June 3rd will be probably when we start up Godbound again, and when I also will probably be doing a little bit of that tarot readings back. We'll be going back to our normal schedule that we didn't have for the last 6 months almost. I don't know if you know what happened, but I lost my mom, and I've had to deal with all that goes with dealing with air and POA and selling, either selling stuff or selling the house. Well, we're not selling the house, but we are definitely going through a lot of that. It was rough. And it's almost over, thankfully. Finally. And maybe I can get back to a normal life. Anyway. So, that's why my friends have been playing their own tabletop games, and I've been just as a character for the time being. But that is going to be changing. And Style Over Substance is what we're going to be playing. Yeah, it is never easy. We'll be playing that. Starting session 1 is next week. And then that will go, and then we'll have May 19th as my special. And then after that, we will have the Legends of Five Rings. And then after that, we'll be going back to Godbound. Now, here's the thing about this. Because we've had all the situation that's been going on, yeah, I'm hoping, yeah, I hope you can too. Well, it's on YouTube. So if you do not have... Oh, thank you, Survival! Survival Horror people. Thank you. Land. Ew. Yeah. So thank you so much for that follow. Yes. We also are on YouTube, and we are putting these on YouTube. So let me see if I can get you my YouTube. Hey, Cat. Oh, hi, Cat. Hey, Raid. Yeah, so that's my YouTube. So you can definitely check us out there. And even if you cannot be here on live, you can definitely go there and let your friends know about it. But that's what's been going on, and that's why things have been changing around over time. We are going to get back to normal. Am I ready to suffer tomorrow? Speaking of which, since we're at that point where we're no longer talking about Night City, our schedule for this week is Baldur's Gate 3 finale. Finale. I hope we don't fight for 4 hours. I have a feeling I'm going to be suffering anyway. And then Wednesday will be the Nightingale, where we'll be going out there and finding new dungeons. On Friday, Sea of Stars, which is Rain has chosen for the game that I'm to be playing. And then we will be back here again, like I said, for Style Over Substance on Monday. So there you go, guys. There's your schedule. Thank you so much, Ignis, for helping us out here and getting us set up for next week.
No problem. It's my pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun, and it's going to be even more fun to see how badly I become how bad I am. You guys are putting more suffering. Oh, thank you for leaving the follow on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, yeah. There will be definitely suffering tomorrow. Where we are at, we're at the brainstem of the nether brain. So, we are that close to the end. And indeed it is, young Pat. All right, so thank you again. We do need to find somebody to raid soon. Is there anything else you need to tell us, fearless leader?
Fearless.
Well,
I'm scared all the time.
oh, okay. Well,
But beyond that, thank you for having me. Hope you all
thank you.
Thank you to the chat for keeping us company during this very long character creation process. And I hope that you'll all join us again next week when we enter session 1 proper. But until then, thank you for having me. Okay. And I must unfortunately take my leave.
Thank you again. Oh, I will make him suffer tomorrow.
Again, as per usual, if either you or yourself, Carsa or Nav, have any questions for me throughout the week, please feel free to reach out at any time. You can always message me, even if it's just to say hello.
Of course. And thank you again. Yeah.
Have a good night.
You too. Yeah. So, do me a favor and make Rain suffer? Oh, of course. But that is tomorrow. That suffering is going to be tomorrow. He's going to try to make me suffer the next week, so I'll make him suffer this week. Okay. Twitch. Rude. Okay. Well, if you guys want to see Fallout 3, that's being played right now. There's not a lot of people these days. This is kind of sad. Anybody have any ones that they would like me to check out? We also have Pokemon Black and White we could go see. No? Nobody has anybody? Or we could go see Minecraft. Anyway, what we try to do is we try to see the people in RSSG. RSSG is a real streamers support group where I met Maygrim and we enjoy it. Oh yes, I love Minecraft. We can do Minecraft. I haven't seen him in a while. We'll go see him. Okay. We're gonna go see the kid victory. Yay! Alright. Give him some love and also create hell. I don't know. But it's been a lot of fun, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Here is your raid message. Okay, that didn't work. That did not work. It was nice to meet you. I appreciate it. If you feel free to want to be part of our Discord, we are there all the time. Here's our Discord. Breaking shit as usual. Yes, yes, of course I am. All right, let's try this again. Here we go. Raid. All right. There we go.
Got a shit ton of netherrack. That's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, he's talking about netherrack. I guess he's in the nether. All right, so thank you all again for being here. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Yay. Cheers. All kinds of cheers. Yay. All right. I think we're finally out.
And Raiders, how was stream? What were you doing? Survival horror. Wait, what's the PL stand for? I need to know this. Is it survival horror player? Oh, I need to know. What's your favorite survival horror game? She was being dope, dude. She's always dope. Oh, Poland. That makes infinite sense, actually. Resident Evil, the first one? Which one did I put Shulker in? Or Nether in? Dude, thank you so much for the follow, dog. Much appreciated. Preparing to do another table type.